raging through climate chaos. And at the same time, we are moving towards a multipolar world. But without strong multilateral institutions, multipolarity has its risks, as Europe learned in the First World War. To meet these challenges, we must not only defend the United Nations, we must strengthen it. And that is the purpose of Agenda 2030, the Pact for the Future and the UN80 initiative, to renew the foundations of international cooperation and to ensure that we can deliver for people everywhere. Excellences, au fil des
Excellencies, over the years, our organization has led the way to some of humanity's greatest triumphs. The eradication of smallpox, healing the ozone layer, and above all, the prevention of a third world war. The tests of the next 80 years will be both familiar and new. The battle will continue against war and poverty, but also climate chaos, runaway technologies, the militarization of space, and crises we cannot yet imagine. To meet these challenges, let us remember what our founders knew. The only way forward is together. Let us rise to this moment with clarity, courage, and conviction, and let us realize the promise of peace. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. I have the honor now to give the floor to Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President of Liberia, 2011 Nobel Peace Laureate, and Africa's first elected female head of state, a champion of peace, justice, and democratic governments, a former United Nations staff member, and a steadfast voice for multilateralism.
Excellencies, Madam President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, friends, I'm honored to address this high-level meeting on peace and security as part of the UN 80th anniversary. 80 years after the founding, we must recommit to the Charter, to our common security, to the belief that nations can choose dialogue over destruction. We begin in Africa, our shared cradle of resilience and hope, where democracy is weakening, where fractures across borders from Sudan to the Sahel to the Great Lakes strain our regional architecture. Yet, across Africa, communities stand up to extreme violence. Regional bodies mediate transitions, and women's groups negotiate truces when the state is distant and humanity is near. We have learned hard lessons. Prevention costs less than reconstruction. Reconciliation is a process, not an event. Peace agreements require institutions and citizens to be real. When guns fall silent, skills training, jobs, justice, and dignity must follow swiftly. Liberia's story illustrates UN-led progress and success. The largest peacekeeping force joined Africa's forces to disarm fighters, support elections, reform security institutions, and create space for reconciliation and growth. India's all-female formed police unit strengthened protection and public trust. The mission ended with Liberia standing on its own feet, out of war, into a fragile peace with accountability, inclusive dialogue, and economic opportunity for young people. We must acknowledge that the multilateral architecture built to shield future generations from war is underperforming. That global leadership lacks a unified effort to respond to a technological-enabled world. Commemoration without candor is unaffordable. The world asks whether this House will protect civilians and uphold international humanitarian law. These are not words of despair. They are summons to repair. Our answer must go beyond words. It must translate into actions felt by a family in a tent, a nurse in a clinic, a child in school. A call for change, a renewed vision of collective security, and a broader approach to the triple planetary crisis and worsening inequality. The call for the new design of a new vision, better together, must ensure immediate protection of civilians, finance for conflict prevention, proposals that pay real people, leaders who are audible and accountable, women at the table with budgets that guarantee their participation in all peace negotiation delegations, and the deep weaponization of the information space. None of this is beyond our reach. It demands humility to listen, courage to compromise, persistence to implement. Peace is not built only in conference rooms, but in classrooms where girls learn without fear, clinics where mothers deliver safely, markets where youth find dignified work, courts where law is fair, and in daily acts of neighborly coexistence. 80 years on, the United Nations founding generation would ask if we are still worthy of the hopes inherited. Our answer must be yes. Not because the world is less dangerous, but because our determination is stronger. Better together. Your theme, better together, your theme, it must be a strategy. Regional bodies and the UN working together. Civil society and governments co-designing solutions. Women and men sharing power equally. Truth and reconciliation traveling the same road. Let us leave this anniversary with concrete commitments, funded priorities, and a timetable for action. showed those in shelters standing in the bread lines and awaiting news of loved ones that the United Nations, as it celebrates its 80th year, remains a place of peace, a place of refuge, a place of unity, and a place of hope. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf for your strong and wise words. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Gro Harlem Brundtland, former Prime Minister of Norway, former Director General of the World Health Organization, a medical doctor committed to health as a human right, and instrumental in placing sustainable development at the forefront of our international agenda.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address you marking the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. I was born at the cusp of the World War II. My parents were both active in the resistance against the Nazi occupation of Norway, and we had to flee the country. Some of my earliest memories are from Sweden, where my parents worked for Norwegian refugees. And I grew up in a Europe where the ravages of war were still clearly visible, where millions carried terrible scars on their bodies and their souls. It is against this background that the UN was founded, not as a symbol, but as a solemn promise. A promise to equip humanity with legal and diplomatic tools to prevent wars of conquest and domination. A promise to enshrine universal human rights as a bulwark against totalitarianism, racism, and oppression. A promise to foster peace, development, and dignity for all people. So, Madam President, let me highlight two areas where the UN has made an undeniable difference that also are part of particular importance to me personally. First, sustainability. When Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar asked me to chair the World Commission on Environment and Development, I accepted with great humility. And I am very proud of the report we produced, Our Common Future. It helped cement the concept of sustainable development in our collective consciousness. Thanks to UN-led efforts, we started charting a path towards economic development that does not destroy the basis of life for future generations, our climate and our natural environment. But we are today exceeding the planet's boundaries and approaching tipping points where there is no way back. Over 80% of the targets under the Sustainable Development Goals are today off track. Second, President, gender equality. During the UN's International Year Women's Year in 1975, I had just entered government for the first time. Many of my male colleagues hardly knew how to deal with me. In 1979 came the UN Convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. In 1981, I became Prime Minister for the first time. In 1995, 30 years ago this month, I delivered my address at the 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing. I spoke of the moral and economic imperative to end gender apartheid. I believed too optimistically that we would have come further by now. I did not foresee the intensity of the pushback that would come. Even today, there are countries where not a single woman sits in the highest decision-making bodies, including among the P5. But despite such adversity, the UN has methodically worked to strengthen the position of women through education, through microfinance, through work for sexual and reproductive rights and health, and through intense and effective advocacy work. With resolve and determination, we will get there in the end. So, Madam President, I have lived longer than most of you. I have witnessed the tangible differences the UN makes through economic upturns and downturns, political ebbs and flows. I have no patience for those who dismiss the UN as outdated. We are going through a time of great geopolitical shifts and impressive, but also frightening, technological development. The UN as our common hub for getting the facts on the table, debating and deciding on solutions, and acting is more important than ever. We owe that not just to ourselves, but to the generations to come. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Gro Harlem Brundtland for her blunt and powerful words. I have the honor now to give the floor to Ms. Maria Ressa, 2021 Nobel Peace Prize laureate, award-winning journalist, professor at Columbia University, co-founder of Rappler online news site, and a fearless defender of freedom of expression in the face of constant political harassment and arrests.
President Baerbock, Secretary General Guterres, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm normally chasing you here, and here I am. It's actually a very interesting place. Look, 80 years ago, this institution was born to prevent humanity from destroying itself. Never again, after fascism manipulated information, eroded truth, and dehumanized entire populations to enable genocide and global war. Today, we stand on the rubble of the world that was, and the challenge is to rebuild the United Nations for now, for this moment, when similar forces that led to those atrocities 80 years ago are now surging through digital platforms, insidiously manipulating us for power and profit. The biggest battle we face today is impunity, and it leads to our dehumanization in both the physical world, where wars rage from Ukraine to Gaza, and in the virtual world, where our minds and emotions are manipulated by surveillance capitalism for profit. To fight that, we need information integrity to remind us to be human. I became a journalist because information is power. But news groups lost our gatekeeping powers when an atom bomb exploded in our information ecosystem, a technological one that's silently destroying the very foundations the UN was built to protect. This is the deadliest period for journalists in recorded history. More than 240 journalists killed in Gaza alone. More than died in World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and the former Yugoslavia combined. This is unprecedented. They're targeted, and there must be accountability. We're living through an information Armageddon, where lies spread 6 times faster than facts on social media. That's a 2018 MIT study. It is so much worse today with generative AI. And the 3 sentences I've said over and over since 2016, without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these 3, we don't have a shared reality. We can't begin to solve any problems, let alone the existential ones you heard from the speakers before me. We cannot have journalism, we cannot have electoral integrity, we cannot have democracy. This is manipulation of human behavior at the cellular levels of our countries. Algorithms reward outrage over empathy, spreading fear, anger, and hate, pumping us full of toxic sludge. Regulating technology isn't a free speech issue, it's about public safety. Because as has been proven time and time again, online violence is real-world violence. As a Filipino, I'm proud that my country was a charter member of the United Nations, one of only 3 Asian founding nations. Our commitment to multilateralism and peace runs deep. But that legacy was tested under the Duterte administration. Among the actions it took, it filed 11 criminal charges against me in a little over a year. Until today, I still need Supreme Court approval to be here. But I'm here. And my former president, well, he was arrested in March for alleged crimes against humanity and is detained at The Hague waiting for trial. Impunity ends. The rule of law, championed now by the Philippines as it chairs the 6th Committee on Legal Questions, ultimately prevailed. We moved to it. The trends are clear. We are electing illiberal leaders democratically. As of March this year, VDEM said that 72% of the world is now under authoritarian rule. So we turn to you at the UN. It has its critics because you have to move faster. Security Council votes paralyze action on major crises. Outdated representation excludes rising powers. Bureaucratic processes respond too slowly to urgent threats. But as you know, the solution isn't to abandon multilateralism, it's to strengthen it by addressing the very impunity that undermines international law. At this time of creative destruction, I implore you to create. Here are 3 solutions. First, end big tech impunity through global accountability. We need binding standards for international to restore and regulate information integrity, just as we have for nuclear weapons and climate change. There are 2 new initiatives, first from the Vatican, created last weekend with His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, a declaration demanding artificial intelligence remain under human control with clear accountability mechanisms. The second one will be launched later today, a global call for AI red lines, which more than 200 of us have signed. We urge your governments to establish clear international boundaries to prevent universally unacceptable risks for AI, at the very least define what AI should never be allowed to do. Second, build alternative infrastructures for trust. It isn't just big tech that failed to protect the public in the virtual world. It's also you, the governments. At Rappler, we built a chat app using open source protocols Countries that care about data privacy, France, Germany, all their government websites are on the Matrix Protocol. It allows real people to talk to real people without manipulation. The vision is a global federation of trusted news organizations, because this is how journalism will survive and how we begin to build infrastructures of trust. Finally, the third one, create. Create, that's our word today. Invest in comprehensive solutions. Let your imagination run. 3 examples that's happening now. More than 3/4 of UN members now recognize Palestinian statehood, showing that international law can advance despite impunity. On gender, the Nobel Women's Initiative have pointed out, demonstrated that in nearly every conflict around the world, women are leading efforts for peace, defying displacement, patriarchy, gender apartheid, and militarized violence every day. And finally, on Wednesday, Demokrasya Siempre, 20 nations will pledge to strengthen democratic institutions and fight for information integrity. More than 40 Nobel laureates we have gathered together to support this multilateral initiative led by the Global South. Information integrity is the mother of all battles. Win this, and we can win the rest. Lose this, and we lose everything. Please choose courage over comfort, facts over fiction, hope over fear. A lot has changed since the UN was created 80 years ago. But its values, peace, human rights, justice, rule of law, these are more essential today than ever. It is time to create again, to build better. Together, please act now before it's too late. Thank you.
I thank Maria Ressa also for her very powerful words. I now invite Ms. Mariam Burka, United Nations Global Advocate for Peace and youth leader, whose work bridges art, activism, championing women's rights, youth empowerment, and peace building, to recite a poem.
The President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, excellencies, good morning. Walking these halls, I realized that the United Nations was not built from harmony. It grew out of the ashes of war and the grief watered by the collective memory of what happens when dialogue and cooperation fails. Its foundation is not peace achieved, but peace pursued, fragile, imperfect, necessary, not just worth fighting for, but requiring a fight. And today, 80 years on, we gather to honor what has been achieved. Nations rebuilt, walls of division lowered, millions lifted by the shared will. But these are victories worth remembering, but the story is unfinished. The cracks in the foundation calls us to repair, to act, not to retreat. Our world bleeds before our eyes. Children in conflict zones, nations silenced by hunger and war. And it begs the question, are we witnessing the collapse of conscience in real time? Because behind every pact, there are people. Behind every statistic, there is a story. And behind every commitment that we sign, there are lives depending on whether we honor our words or not. And so this is not the time to feel powerless, because yes, hope and despair can coexist in the same breath, because healing is not linear. The United Nations is not a monument, it is a mirror, and it reflects what we have dared to imagine 80 years ago, and today, here, it asks, will we dare again? Will we dare to work better together? Because if the past proves that we can build peace from ashes, then the present demands that we build it again, louder, braver, together. I speak as a global peace advocate, not because peace is easy, but because silence is complicity, and so I will not be silent. You know, I used to think that peace was a place, a final destination we arrive at after all wars have ended. But I have come to understand that peace is not a line that we cross. It is a choice that we make over and over and over again, especially when it is the hardest, especially when it feels far away. Peace is not a silence we force into people's mouths. It is not the absence of war, but the presence of understanding. Peace is a child learning to sleep again without flinching at the wind. It is a mother not having to choose between bread and dignity. It is a father not having to swallow his voice to feel like a man. Peace is messy, like forgiveness. It does not arrive in parade floats. Sometimes it comes crawling through broken windows when we finally agree that being right is not better than being whole. Peace is not found, it is built, brick by brutal brick, by hands that once knew how to fight, now choose to hold instead. There was a time when we measured strength by how long we could hold a grudge. But today, let us measure strength by how long we could hold space for someone else's truth. Because there was a me and a you before there was ever an us. And if us is broken, then peace is what lets us lay down the shards without aiming at each other's throats. Peace is the poem you write after the war in your chest has finally run out of ink. It is the moment you return to your body and find yourself still standing. Peace is not easy. And so let us not forget the ones who have carried peace quietly through the fire. The women whose hands mend what war has torn, who rebuild homes from memory, raise children between checkpoints, hold their families like nations, because peace has always known the name of a woman, carried through the way that she chooses courage over collapse again and again. And so today I speak peace into the bones of this world, into the rubble, into the rage, into the ruins. Because if war teaches us how to shatter, then peace must teach us how to stay soft, to stay human. And perhaps what makes us human is not that we always succeed in peace, but that we dare again and again to seek it, refusing to let our brokenness be the end of our story. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Burkhan, and as we conclude and after listening to this beautiful poem, let me emphasize again, peace is only a word and better together is only a slogan until we embrace it. So I invite you to embrace and live up to be better together over this 80th session.
This is not the story of an institution. It's the story of people. People who stood between war and peace and chose peace. People who said, dignity cannot be broken. People who carried food on their backs, who rebuilt schools, who gave shelter to strangers. People who stood for the earth before it was too late. And the people who will carry it forward, the young, the unheard, the unstoppable. For 80 years, this has been and will be the work of humanity. Not perfect, not finished, but always better together. 80 years and more for peace, human rights, and sustainable development. UN. Better together.
Before adjourning this meeting, I would like to remind delegation that the high-level meeting on the 30th anniversary of Fourth World Conference on Women will begin immediately in this hall. Delegations are therefore requested to remain seated while the stage is being prepared for the next meeting. The high-level plenary meeting to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations has concluded. I thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
The 10,002nd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is threats to international peace and security. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome distinguished ministers and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Estonia, Germany, Latvia, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Poland, Romania, Sweden, and Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provision Rules of Procedure, I invite Mr. Miroslav Jenča, Assistant Secretary General for Europe, Central Asia, and Americas, Departments of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs and Peace Operations, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provision Rules of Procedure, I also invite Her Excellency Ms. Kaja Kallas, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Mr. Miroslav Jenča.
Mr. President, in a letter dated 20 September 2025, addressed to the President of the Security Council, the permanent representative of Estonia to the United Nations informed that on 19 September, 3 Russian MiG-31 fighters entered up to 10 kilometers inside Estonia's airspace for 12 minutes in violation of Estonian airspace. The United Nations is not in a position to confirm any of the claims made regarding the incident and does not have any further details of the events. This briefing is therefore solely based on information available from public sources. According to the Estonian Ministry of Defense, the incursion took place between 9:58 a.m. and 10:11 a.m. in the area of Vaindloo, a small island located in the Gulf of Finland in the Baltic Sea. According to the ministry, the jets entered the Estonian airspace without permission and had their transponders switched off and did not have flight plans, potentially endangering other aircraft. According to Estonian and Italian officials, Italian F-35 fighters attached to NATO's air defense support mission in the Baltic states were reportedly activated to intercept the Russian jets and warn them off. Sweden, as part of its national response and in coordination with NATO, along with Finland, also reportedly scrambled a rapid reaction aircraft. Estonia stated that this latest incident follows 4 violations of its airspace by Russia this year, and it has requested consultations with NATO allies under Article 4 of the Washington Treaty. The meeting of the NATO North Atlantic Council has been reportedly scheduled to take place tomorrow, 23 September. On 20 September, Russia's defense ministry stated that its fighter jets made a scheduled flight from Karelia on the border with Finland to an airfield in the Kaliningrad region in strict accordance with international airspace rules, without deviating from the agreed flight path and without violating Estonian airspace. According to the Russian Federation, the flight path was over neutral waters of the Baltic Sea, more than 3 kilometers from the island of Vaindloo. Mr. President, this latest development follows reported violations by Russian drones of Polish and Romanian airspace. On 12 September, this council convened to discuss the incursion of 19 Russian drones into Poland between 9 and 10 September. On 13 September, according to Romania's Ministry of Defense, a Russian drone was detected in Romanian airspace as 2 Romanian F-16 jets were monitoring the country's border with Ukraine after Russian air attacks on Ukraine. The ministry said that the drone did not fly over populated areas or pose imminent danger. This series of recent incidents further underscored the already high tensions that endanger European security as the war continues to rage in Ukraine. Violations of sovereign countries' airspace are unacceptable. We again urge all concerned to act responsibly, to use all available channels, and to take immediate steps to de-escalate tensions and prevent further risks to regional security. The world simply cannot afford such danger to spiral out of control and for the devastating war in Ukraine to further escalate and expand. Mr. President, over the weekend in Ukraine, Russian drones and missiles continue to hit several regions, killing at least 3 people, injuring dozens more, and damaging civilian infrastructure and residential buildings. Several civilian casualties were reported across the country. According to the Ukrainian authorities, in the central city of Dnipro, a missile with the reported cluster munition hit a residential apartment building, killing at least 1 person and injuring at least 30 others. Local officials reported that 2 people were also killed in the Chernihiv region in the north and the Khmelnytsky region in the west of the country. According to the Ukrainian authorities, over the past week, Russia launched more than 1,500 attack drones, 1,280 guided aerial bombs, and 50 missiles of various types. This represents a clear escalation of Russia's attacks against Ukrainian cities and towns. More casualties were also reported over the weekend in the Belgorod region of the Russian Federation, where, according to local officials, 2 civilians were reportedly killed and 4 injured as a result of Ukrainian shelling and drone attacks. The continuing trend of intensifying widespread attacks once again underscores the need to build on recent initiatives for diplomatic efforts toward peace before the situation reaches even more dangerous levels. We reiterate our call for a full, immediate, and unconditional ceasefire to pave the way for a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in Ukraine in line with the UN Charter, international law, and relevant UN resolutions. The United Nations remains ready to support all meaningful efforts to this end. I thank you.
I thank Mr. Jenča for his briefing. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Lars Roque Rasmussen, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Denmark.
First of all, I would like to thank Assistant Secretary General Jenka for his informative briefing. 10 days ago, in this chamber, Denmark's representative expressed our condemnation of the violations of Poland's airspace by Russian military drones. And within 4 days, another Russian military drone incursion took place, this time into Romanian airspace. Denmark condemns the violation of the territorial integrity of Romania. And today we meet again, yet again, to discuss a reckless and dangerous violation by Russia, with 3 fighter jets entering Estonia's airspace last Friday. For 12 minutes and penetrating 10 kilometers deep north of Tallinn, until escorted out of Estonian airspace by NATO jets. Let there be no doubt, I condemn this latest violation of Estonia's sovereignty and territorial integrity by Russia. Our support for Estonia remains steadfast. Our resolve to stand by our allies remains equally firm. Together with EU partners and NATO allies, we will continue to offer support to Estonia in protecting its borders. Mr. President, these are reckless and dangerous escalations and provocations by the Russian Federation. These are threats to intimidate countries to stop supporting Ukraine and to test our resolve. Russia clearly feels it can act with impunity in Ukraine, the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, the whole of Eastern Europe. Denmark and its allies will not be provoked by Russia. On the contrary, it only strengthens our resolve and further intensifying our long-standing support to Ukraine, whatever threats are made. We have seen this playbook before. The invasion of Georgia, the annexation of Crimea, the invasion of the Donbas, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Russia's neighbors, not unreasonably, fear there could be the next. Denmark stands fully behind Estonia's territorial integrity. The Russian provocations must end immediately. Therefore, we tell the Russian Federation today, step back, take another path. We will not allow the unraveling of the European security architecture. We will not allow Russia to project chaos and uncertainty wherever it wants. And more broadly, these recent air incursions undermine the fundamental pillars of international law that we all benefit from. Mr. President, when the UN was created 80 years ago, the aim was to stop larger states from bullying and terrorizing smaller states, to create an order in which all countries are sovereign, where their territorial integrity is respected. Denmark remains fully committed to these principles. I thank you.
His Excellency Mr. Rasmussen for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Georgios Gerapetritis, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to thank the Permanent Mission of the Republic of Korea for convening the important emergency meeting. I would like also to thank Assistant Secretary General Jenka for his insightful briefing, and I welcome the participation of fellow foreign ministers and deputy foreign ministers, as well as of the High Representative of the European Union and Vice President Ms. Kallas in this meeting. Dear colleagues, as this organization celebrates the 80th year since its establishment, international order, peace and security are gravely challenged around the globe. It is therefore our urgent and imperative duty to heighten our vigilance and intensify our efforts to meet and contain these challenges, protect international peace and security, and avoid escalations. Only in this way we will be fulfilling the core task of the Security Council. In the course of these last 2 weeks, NATO and EU's airspace has been violated 3 times, as Russian aerial means entered, contrary to international law, the territory of Poland, Romania, and Estonia. The latest incident, involving the incursion of Estonian airspace by 3 armed Russian fire jets, cannot be viewed in isolation. Reckless acts of this kind are not new, but their successive recurrence indicates they are not mere coincidences. As the saying goes, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern. Greece unequivocally condemns the violation of Estonia's, and for that matter, any member state's airspace. We stand in full solidarity with Estonia, a friendly country and an EU and NATO ally. Any violation of state borders, be it air, sea, or land borders, constitutes a clear and blatant breach of international law and the UN Charter, and is unacceptable, particularly coming from a permanent member of the Security Council. We call on Russia to cease these unlawful acts immediately and respect its obligations under international law. Colleagues, it is evident that this new escalation is a direct result of Russia's war in Ukraine. Greece has welcomed President Trump's initiative for meeting President Putin in Alaska in August, as well as any initiative that could result in the termination of the war. Nevertheless, these violations as acts of aggression contradict the spirit of the Anchorage meeting. Lastly, dear colleagues, we're now witnessing the destabilizing effects of the war and its wider implications for the security of Eastern Europe and of the wider region. This is why, once again, we call on Russia to stop its armed aggression. A comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine based on the principles of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of states must remain our foremost goal. A peace safeguarded by credible and robust security guarantees which will effectively deter any recurrence of armed aggression that precludes further escalation and that is in line with international law, the UN Charter, the General Assembly resolutions, and the Helsinki Final Act. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gerard Patritis for the statement. And I give the floor to Her Excellency Mr. Yvette Cooper, MP, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the Assistant Secretary General for that briefing. For 3.5 years, the world has witnessed a permanent member of this Council engaged in the full-scale and unprovoked invasion of another state, a violation of its most basic obligations under the UN Charter. As President Trump and President Zelensky have worked for peace, the Russian Federation has starkly escalated its attacks. Attacks on the Council of Ministers, on the British Council building, and repeated attacks on residential flats and homes as children sleep in their beds. And we meet today now at the request of Estonian allies because Russia's recklessness is escalating. In the last 2 weeks alone, over 20 Russian drones in Polish airspace, a drone through Romanian territory, and now 3 Russian MiG-31 fighter jets with their transponders turned off, violating Estonian airspace for 12 minutes. At best, these latest acts are dangerous and reckless. At worst, they are a deliberate attempt to undermine the territorial integrity of sovereign nations and European security. They risk miscalculation. They open the door to direct armed confrontation between NATO and Russia. NATO's combined strength is unparalleled, and its determination to defend peace and security in Europe is unshakable. Of this, Russia must be in no doubt. And I commend the resolute and firm response of Estonia, Poland, and Romania, and all NATO allies. I welcome the launch of Eastern Sentry on 12th of September to ensure the safety and security of the alliance's eastern border, and I'm proud that UK aircraft are taking part. And to those nations and to all NATO allies, I say, the United Kingdom stands in full solidarity with you at this time and always. And to President Putin, I say, your reckless actions risk a direct armed confrontation between NATO and Russia. Our alliance is defensive, but be under no illusion. We stand ready to take all steps necessary to defend NATO's skies and NATO's territory. We are vigilant and we are resolute. And if we need to confront planes that are operating in NATO airspace without permission, then we will do so. The United Kingdom stands by our friends. We are unwavering in our support for the principles of the UN Charter, for our NATO allies, and for Ukraine. And we are committed to increasing the pressure on Russia until it ends its illegal war against Ukraine, ceases its reckless acts, and respects the sovereignty of other states. Russia's imperialist warmongering is a threat to international peace and security. It is a threat to the values and principles that underpin this organization that has done so much to support stability and prosperity these past 80 years. We must counter it for the sake of us all. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Cooper for her statement. And I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Melita Gabric, Deputy Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to thank the Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Miroslav Jenča, for your important contribution. Excellencies, we are meeting here for the second time in just 10 days due to the reckless behavior of the Russian Federation that poses a threat to international security. 10 days ago, we discussed a drone incursion into Polish airspace, an incident involving more than 20 drones, making a significant escalation in scale and intensity. Today, we are addressing a new provocation, Russian fighter jets incursion into Estonian airspace, an incident that was not merely momentary, but deliberate and dangerous. Slovenia supported the call for this meeting, and we stand firmly and without reserve with Estonia, its security, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Excellencies, let me say this in no uncertain terms. We condemn this escalation. At a time when tensions are already dangerously high, this is not the moment for military provocation. This is a high time for dialogue, a high time for diplomacy. When we previously discussed the drone incursion into Poland, our ambassador spoke of the growing unease with which we are witnessing such behavior across Europe. Let us be honest with ourselves around this very table of the Security Council. These actions do not occur in a vacuum. They are unfolding as we are well in the 4th year of Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. These deliberate provocations are symptomatic of the time we live in, a time in which violations of international law are tolerated to an extent we have not seen in modern history. Slovenia says a clear and principled no to such behavior wherever it may occur and whoever may be the perpetrator. If we can clearly say no to Israeli atrocities committed in Gaza, to terrorist violence, we must not shy away from condemning Russian aggression against Ukraine. Excellencies, let us also be clear on another matter. Europe wants peace. Europe wants a ceasefire, and we want to see the beginning of serious and meaningful peace negotiations between Ukraine and the Russian Federation as soon as possible. Despite the best efforts by President Trump in Alaska, we still await a meaningful gesture from Russia, a sincere willingness to come to the negotiating table. And while we wait, Russia continues its escalatory behavior, intensifying attacks on Ukrainian cities and endangering and intimidating civilians, both in Ukraine and in its neighboring countries. We hope the time is near when this Council will finally begin a principled and honest discussion about the war in Ukraine and decide to take action. Until then, and allow me to repeat this, Slovenia will stand firmly with Estonia, with Ukraine, and with any other member of this organization that needs to be protected from unlawful, charter-violating actions by those who believe that might makes right. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Gabrich for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by thanking Assistant Secretary General Mr. Miroslav Jenča for his statement, and I would like to welcome the ministers present here, Foreign Affairs Minister of Estonia and from the other representatives from the European Union, and Madam Kallas. As we know, on the morning of 19th of September, Russia violated Estonian airspace with 3 fighter jets, which remained there for nearly 12 minutes. These elements lead us to consider that this is an intentional violation. This is the third time in 10 days that Russia has violated the airspace of the European Union and NATO. This latest incursion leaves no room for doubt. Russia is choosing escalation and provocation. Mr. President, this Council had already met exactly 10 days ago to discuss the unacceptable intrusion of around 20 Russian drones into Poland in the context of a massive aerial attack against Ukraine. This new violation, this time carried out in broad daylight and by no fewer than 3 fighter jets, not drones, is unprecedented in over 20 years. It confirms the continuation and accumulation of Russia's provocative actions. Mr. President, France condemns in the strongest terms this dangerous and irresponsible incursion, which constitutes a blatant violation of international law. And we stand firmly alongside Estonia, to whom we express our friendship and our full and unwavering solidarity. France directly contributes to Estonia's security. We participate in the strengthening of our security posture on Europe's eastern flank, alongside our allies in the European Union and NATO. Mr. President, we must not forget that at the same time, Russia continues its war of aggression against Ukraine. Just hours after this incursion, it once again carried out massive strikes against Ukraine using 40 missiles and over 550 drones. Russia must understand that these violations of NATO airspace in no way undermine our determination to implement strong, robust, and credible security guarantees in favor of Ukraine. Mr. President, Ukraine courageously accepted 6 months ago now the principle of an unconditional ceasefire. It has demonstrated its willingness to negotiate. President Volodymyr Zelensky has, for the past 4 months, expressed his readiness for direct negotiations with President Vladimir Putin. Yet, as world leaders gather here in New York to mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, such a meeting has still not taken place. Russia, on the contrary, continues its aggression, and Russia is now escalating its intimidation of Ukraine's neighbors. It continues to violate and undermine the principles of the UN Charter, the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of states. It is up to Russia to seize the offer of a ceasefire and the opening of negotiations, as called for by the UN Secretary-General and the entire international community. Mr. President, it is our responsibility as members of the Security Council to acknowledge the obvious and to call upon Russia to end these reckless provocations and to put an end to the large-scale war that it launched more than 3 years ago on the European continent. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I thank ASG Janša for his briefing and welcome the high-level representatives of Estonia and other relevant countries to the meeting today. President, the airspace incident discussed by the Security Council today and the drone incident discussed a few days ago are both spillover effects of the Ukraine crisis. They reflect the lack of mutual trust and growing suspicions among relevant parties, and illustrate the complex and sensitive nature of the current European security situation. As long as the Ukraine crisis remains unresolved and the war continues, similar incidents are likely to reoccur. Therefore, the urgent imperative and fundamental solution are to realize a political resolution to the Ukraine crisis as soon as possible and to build balanced, effective, and sustainable European security architecture. Regarding the Ukraine crisis, we have fully elaborated our position on multiple occasions at the Security Council before. Tomorrow, the Council will hold a high-level meeting on the issue of Ukraine, when China will expand our position again. I will not go into details today. On the airspace incident, China urges the parties concerned to remain calm and exercise restraint, clarify facts, and dispel doubts through dialogue and communication, avoid misunderstandings and misjudgments, and prevent the situation from expanding or escalating. We always maintain that countries should follow the purposes and principles of the UN Charter in handling international relations. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to thank ASG Yancha for his briefing on the development in the Baltic Sea region. I welcome His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Estonia, to this meeting, as well as the representative from the region. Mr. President, the situation in Eastern Europe remains a significant concern, carrying serious implications for regional stability and international norms. The divergent narratives surrounding the events of September 19, which are happening against the backdrop of the ongoing war in the region, underscore the urgency of the situation and the critical need for diplomacy and dialogue. Such incidents highlight the fragility and volatility in the region, reminding us of the fundamental principles enshrined in international law and the United Nations Charter, including the peaceful resolutions of disputes. We firmly maintain that there is no military solution to disagreements over airspace or territorial integrity. Continued escalations only serve to heighten tensions and undermine the process for a durable peace in the region. We believe that lasting solutions are found at the negotiating table, not through acts that can be interpreted as hostile. In this regard, we call upon all parties to exercise maximum restraint and engage in earnest, substantive dialogue. A durable solution will require a genuine commitment to de-escalation, confidence-building measures, and renewed focus for diplomatic efforts. To conclude, Mr. President, my delegation reaffirms its unwavering support for all efforts aimed at upholding the principles of international law and achieving just and lasting solutions consistent with the United Nations Charter. We firmly believe that the people in the region deserve a future defined by peace, security, and stability. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Somalia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Russian Federation.
Thank you, President. There was a time when Europe, for many of us, was associated with the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, cutting-edge philosophy, culture, and science. Yet today, all of that, unfortunately, has gone, and it's gone for good. Voltaire, Rousseau, Kant, and other leading philosophers have been replaced with the von der Leyens, the Callases, and the Johnsons, as well as other small-time blinkered Russophobes, thanks to their efforts, the primitive hatred for our country, and an attempt to portray Russia as the main threat to pan-European security, is, before our very eyes, becoming the only ideology of European states. They're trying their utmost to make the next generation forget the bitter experience of predecessors of today's Euro-integrators. For instance, the experience of Napoleon and Hitler, who suffered defeat at our country's hands, for which Europe paid a lengthy and painful price. Any events are immediately interpreted through an anti-Russian prism. The very idea that war with Russia is unavoidable is being frantically pounded into the heads of the European populace. Russia is being branded all sorts of things, portrayed as an enemy, not even going to the trouble in principle of using facts or evidence. When these assertions turn out to be false, no one even thinks about apologizing for spreading such blatant lies. Today, we will have an excellent opportunity to see this for ourselves, given that in the room we have a lot of European extras. These extras will, as per usual, will be letting their imaginations run wild regarding the threat from Russia. This paranoia has reached never-before-seen heights. Just last week, we were compelled to listen in this chamber to groundless accusations about supposedly Russian UAVs entering Polish airspace. Not a single piece of evidence that these drones were of Russian provenance has been provided to date. It's telling that just a few days later, we heard that the incident involving damage to the roof of a residential house in Lublin province, which was a key component of this anti-Russia campaign, in reality was the result of a missile erroneously being dropped from a Polish fighter jet. The Polish Prime Minister, Tusk, today recognized that not a single drone that was found contained explosives. Not a single one posed a threat to civilians. As for the Polish opposition, it clearly said this is a blatant provocation, the aim being to pull Poland into war. President, we take very seriously allegations against our armed forces. We always try to get the facts, which should allow us to understand what actually happened. This is why, in trying to get to the bottom of the situation, we immediately proposed for the Polish side to engage in bilateral consultations with us. Yet we didn't get a sensible reaction from Warsaw. This attests to only one thing. Neither Warsaw nor Brussels want the truth. All they need is a pretext for a new wave of the Russophobia campaign they're engaged in. It's very difficult to comment. Our European neighbors are inculpating themselves so obviously. Anyone of sound mind, anyone who is familiar with elementary logic would never say such a situation is normal. But yet, if on every screen, in every social media outlet, on every page, you're being told that Russia is your only enemy, then you might start believing anything and everything. The facts, the evidence here are superfluous. Today, we're compelled to be here to watch part 2 of this spectacle entitled Blame Russia for Everything. Our neighbors have now imagined that Russia is at fault for an incursion into Estonian airspace. As always, there is no proof except the Russophobic hysteria coming from Tallinn, which our Estonian colleague will wax lyrical about a little bit later. As for the facts prove that on the 19th of September, 3 Russian MiG-31 fighter jets conducted a planned flight from Karelia to an airbase in Kaliningrad Oblast, carried out in strict accordance with international airspace use rules. The Russian aircrafts did not stray from the agreed route, nor did they cross into Estonian airspace. Their trajectory, their flight was over the neutral waters of the Baltic Sea, over 3 kilometers from the island of Vindlo. Flight recorded data confirm this. If Estonia wanted to, it could have checked this itself. But Tallinn is not pursuing such an objective. Their goal is different, going against common sense and the facts to foment hysteria and accuse Russia of provocations. Thus, NATO representatives rushed to call what happened reckless behavior. And the head of European diplomacy, who also happens to be Estonian, called for a firm stance in support of the Baltic states. To be perfectly frank, our European colleagues deserve our sympathies. After all, the project they'd been building on our borders for years, the anti-Russia project, and this is what Ukraine was actually turned into after 2014, this project is coming apart at the seams, discrediting itself. Ukraine became the Zelensky concentration camp long ago. It's not sparing its people. They're dying by the thousands every day in a senseless meat grinder in the name of Western geopolitical interests. The Zelensky regime has turned its country into a symbol of corruption, outright theft, violations of human rights, the freedom of religion, and the freedom of speech. In European capitals, despite all of this, they continue to laud so-called Ukrainian achievements, giving money and weapons to the Kiev regime, although they're clearly increasingly ashamed of their own puppets. However, they can't understand how to disentangle themselves from this fix. As a result, not-so-creative Euro bureaucrats have found nothing better to do than to whip up anti-Russian hysteria in the hope that European voters won't notice. This is a strange strategy, and without a doubt, it will achieve the opposite of what it intends to do. What will they accuse Russia of next? After all, they're not bothering to check the evidence nor the logical rationale for our actions. It's hard to think where their imaginations will take us next when no one cares about the facts. President, without a doubt, we understand that the hysteria of our European colleagues is also directed at trying to return the new U.S. administration, including President Trump, to an anti-Russia course, it's aimed at undermining the understandings and undertakings entered into by Russia and the US by their presidents in Alaska a month ago. On this note, I'd like to quote the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, who, at the Munich Security Conference at the start of this year, voiced some uncomfortable conclusions, uncomfortable for Europe. The threat, and here I quote, the threat that I worry about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, not China, it's not any other actor, external actor. What I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States, end of quote. Despite this clear-cut diagnosis contained in the aforementioned quote, Europe decided not to listen. Europe today is like an unhinged, paranoid individual unable to respond to criticism. Nor is it able to remember the lessons of history. After all, for the current cast of European leaders and Euro-bureaucrats, history was reset to zero in February of 2022. Thus, drawing the lessons of history for today's Europe is bad manners. But this is a very dangerous path. We all know that history is ruthless vis-a-vis those who forget its lessons. Thus, our former European partners, if you want to get hysterical, to foment and to continue levy baseless accusations, go right ahead. But do that without our participation. We won't be partaking in this theatre of the absurd, and you don't need us there. When you decide that you want to engage in a serious discussion about European security, about the fate of our common continent, about how to make this continent prosperous and secure for everybody, we'll be ready. You know where to find us. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Russian Federation for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, señor. Thank you, Mr. President. We are grateful for the detailed presentation of Undersecretary General Janša, providing us with a more complete picture of the events that took place in Estonia on Friday, the 19th of September. And we'd also like to welcome the ministers distinguishing us today with their presence at this meeting. Just a week ago, this council met to consider with concern the incursion of Russian drones into Polish airspace. Today, once again, we find ourselves addressing similar events, this time concerning the incursion of Russian combat aircraft into Estonian airspace. These incidents, so close together in time and of such threatening nature, illustrate a pattern of actions that could undermine regional stability, and they are a cause of concern for us all. Panama rejects any act of intimidation of one state against another. The violation of Estonian airspace cannot be seen as an isolated event, but rather as an act that threatens international peace and security, the very pillars upon which this Council rests. President, the world is going through particularly turbulent times, where the proliferation of conflicts in all regions is directly and disproportionately affecting the civilian population and global stability. The accumulation of these intimidating incidents does not contribute in any way to peace or international stability. On the contrary, these events erode trust among states and create a climate of heightened tension and vulnerability for collective security, a situation that the world can no longer in this regard, we see that these acts are expanding. Activities in the region are showing this, despite the inconclusive results that have been achieved by efforts of the parties. We still hope that genuine dialogue and decisive diplomacy and commitment can put an end to this conflict. Let us use this space where today the highest authorities are gathered together to mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations to resume efforts in the right direction. Panama calls for caution, and we reiterate once again the primacy of the principle of respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, in full accordance with the purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, to which we committed ourselves more than 80 years ago. Only through strict adherence to these principles can peace, security, and peaceful coexistence among states be guaranteed. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Miroslav Jenka for his valuable briefing. I would also like to welcome the Foreign Minister of Estonia and all the honorable ministers participating in this meeting. Mr. President, we meet today following recent reports that Russian military aircraft flew into the airspace of the Republic of Estonia on September the 19th. These developments could exacerbate tensions and further escalate the situation in the region, a region that is still suffering from the repercussions of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. On numerous occasions, Algeria has stressed the need to avoid any action or reaction that could inflame tensions. We have also repeatedly stressed the danger of succumbing to the logic of polarization in the context of this conflict. It's imperative to avoid any endeavor that could inflame hostilities or exacerbate their potential repercussions. In this vein, I would like to highlight the following points today. First, we believe that it is important to maintain the momentum of the recent diplomatic effort in order to prevent any escalation that could prolong or expand the conflict. Thereby, it might undermine any progress towards peace and security in the region. Second, it has become necessary to give precedence to communication and coordination in addressing these incidents through a transparent and effective approach. This would avoid any misunderstanding or confusion, and it would help to avoid their recurrence. Last but not least, we would like to reiterate once again our call for the primacy of the language of dialogue and negotiation. We must adhere to diplomatic solutions as the only feasible way forward to reach a just and lasting solution to the conflict. In conclusion, Algeria remains convinced that the realization of peace and security in Ukraine and through it in the region as a whole can only be achieved through the intensification of diplomatic efforts aimed at finding a final solution to this conflict. This should be based on the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter, taking into account the legitimate security concerns of both parties. My country also reiterates its commitment to support any effort that would contribute to the maintenance of international peace and security in the region. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening today's meeting at the request of Estonia, following the unauthorized entry into its airspace of 3 armed fighter jets reportedly belonging to the Russian Federation. I also thank ASG Janša for his briefing and welcome the participation of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia and other ministers and high-level officials in this meeting. Mr. President, Guyana has taken careful note of the letter dated 20th of September from the permanent representative of Estonia, in which he asserts that this was the 5th violation of Estonia's airspace by the Russian Federation, marking a dangerous escalation and the most serious violation thus far. We have also taken note of the public statement issued by the Russian authorities denying that the 3 jets violated Estonia's airspace. Saturday's incident appears to follow a pattern of similar events in the region that are unfolding in the context of the ongoing armed conflict in Ukraine. When this council met last week to address a similar incident in Poland, we affirmed that the violation of a country's airspace is a serious breach of its territorial integrity and a violation of international law. We also agreed on the need for de-escalation and for the states involved to establish the facts and act responsibly to avoid any further escalation of an already dangerous situation. Today, as we confront another allegation of incursion by the Russian Federation, I would like to stress the following 2 points. First, as we did last week, Guyana calls for restraint and de-escalation, and for the facts surrounding this recent incident to be thoroughly clarified. Given that there have been similar incidents in the recent past, it is reasonable to assume that they will continue to occur unless appropriately addressed. In this respect, we underscore the need for the Security Council to have access to detailed and verifiable information regarding the incidents and encourage the relevant parties to cooperate with the United Nations toward that end. Secondly, Guyana recalls the legal obligation of all UN member states to comply strictly with international law, including the provisions of the United Nations Charter and Security Council Resolution 2788. Mr. President, members of the Security Council have a collective responsibility to find ways and means of preventing disputes from escalating, including through diplomatic efforts, and must apply the tools provided in the Charter and relevant conventions for the peaceful settlement of any dispute between states. On the broader question of the ongoing armed conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we reiterate our demand for an immediate and peaceful end to the war and for the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 2774. Any expansion of this conflict will have dire consequences for innocent civilians in the region and for the world at large. This must be avoided at all costs. In closing, Mr. President, I once again urge the Russian Federation to cooperate with the affected states as well as the United Nations in providing the necessary information and finding a peaceful path forward. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also thank ASG Yenke for his briefing. We welcome the participation of the representatives of Estonia, Ukraine, and other participants under Rule 37. The letter dated 20th September 2025 from the permanent representative of Estonia reporting a serious violation of its airspace is of grave concern. This report, viewed together with the earlier letter from the permanent representative of Poland on the Russian Federation's drones entering its airspace, similarly reflects an alarming pattern, increasing the risk of a regional conflagration with global consequences. Mr. President, regrettably, the 3 rounds of talks in Istanbul, which led to agreements on exchanges of prisoners of war and civilian detainees, as well as the return of Ukrainian children, and which had raised hopes for a political solution, have not been matched with advancement in the ceasefire and peace agreement negotiations. On the contrary, military operations in Ukraine have intensified and now reached the breach of airspaces of Estonia, Poland, and Romania. The responses from the 3 countries and NATO underscore the gravity of the threat. They signal that prolonging the conflict risks spillover, regional escalation, and global insecurity. Given the adverse implications of a protracted conflict in Europe, the Council and the wider international community must intensify efforts towards peace. Sierra Leone has consistently called for an end to this war, urging the parties to embrace diplomacy and agree to a ceasefire that prevents further death and suffering. The humanitarian toll is devastating, with over 6,500 civilians having been killed in Ukraine this year alone, including rising numbers of children among the dead and injured. More than 10 million people have been displaced, creating the largest refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War. Mr. President, Sierra Leone reiterates that the UN Charter enshrines the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Article 2.3 obliges member states to resolve disputes by peaceful means while refraining from the threat of use of force. The disregard of these principles and international law, the repeated resort to force, and the inability to secure ceasefires are deeply troubling. Aware of the consequences of this conflict, which could plunge the region into chaos, we call for measured responses by NATO and individual states, making use of Article 4 consultations to de-escalate and renew political dialogue. We commend the ongoing efforts by the United States, European leaders, and other mediators, and this Council to seek a peaceful resolution and a sustained political engagement at the highest levels. We again call on the parties to engage in genuine negotiations towards a political settlement that upholds Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders while addressing the legitimate security concerns of all parties. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank ASG Jancha for his briefing. We also welcome the distinguished Foreign Minister of Estonia, other ministers, and the EU High Representative to this meeting. President, prolonged and intense conflicts, no matter how localized, create a vortex of instability with spillover effects that invariably affect regional and global stability. And what we are witnessing around us today is a practical manifestation of this fundamental truth about conflicts. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine, now into its fourth year, has generated numerous challenges, both for the regional and international peace and stability. And Pakistan, alongside our fellow council members, has repeatedly drawn attention to the negative consequences of this conflict and the need to bring it to an end. We take note of Estonia's letter of 20th September addressed to this council informing about violations of its airspace. Pakistan is an ardent proponent and strong adherent to the UN Charter and its principles. Sovereignty and territorial integrity of all member states are cornerstone principles of the UN Charter, are sacrosanct and must be respected universally. Pakistan remains deeply perturbed by the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, especially its humanitarian consequences that have adversely impacted the lives of millions of people in the region. Cessation of hostilities and return to diplomacy remain the only path for achieving sustainable peace. In line with our clear and consistent position, Pakistan has always called upon the parties to demonstrate restraint, avoid escalation, and scrupulously adhere to the international humanitarian law. We firmly believe that only a meaningful dialogue, which addresses the security concerns of all sides, is anchored in the principles of UN Charter and international law, and respects the relevant multilateral agreements, can help secure peace. a peace that is both just and lasting. Pakistan stands ready to support all regional and international efforts that can pave the way for a peaceful resolution of the current conflict. President, I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome the new permanent representatives of the United States to the Council. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement. Before giving the floor to the United States, I'd like to welcome the new permanent representative of the United States, Ambassador Michael Waltz, to the Security Council. We look forward to working closely with you in the coming days. You have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and it's very good to be with you and this esteemed body for the first time. Thank you, ASG Yensha, for your briefing. And of course, I too welcome the participation of Estonia's foreign minister in this briefing as well. Colleagues, just 9 days ago, this council met to discuss Russia's violation of Poland's airspace with a large number of military drones. In that meeting, the United States urged Russia to end the war in Ukraine and stop actions that could risk it escalating into a broader conflict. Instead, on September 19th, Russia again violated the airspace of a NATO member when 3 armed military aircraft flew 10 nautical miles into Estonian airspace, coming within 15 miles of the Estonian parliament. And as we said 9 days ago, the United States stands by our NATO allies in the face of these airspace violations, and I want to take this first opportunity to repeat and to emphasize the United States and our allies will defend every inch of NATO territory. Russia must urgently stop such dangerous behavior. At a time when President Trump in the United States has been focused and spent an enormous amount of time and effort to end this horrific war between Russia and Ukraine, we expect Russia to seek ways to de-escalate, not risk expansion. This event, following on the heels of the Russian drone incursion into Polish airspace, creates the impression that Russia either wants to escalate and pull more countries into this conflict with Ukraine, or doesn't have full control of those who operate its fighter planes and drones. So either scenario is very disconcerting, given that Russia is obviously a nuclear power with global reach. And so I once again urge Russia as a permanent member of this council to uphold international peace and security, to respect the sovereignty of its neighbors, to cease violating their airspace, and I call on Russia to negotiate directly with Ukraine to end that war. I thank you, and I very much am honored and look forward to working with each of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the Republic of Korea. To begin, my gratitude goes to ASG Yensha for the statement. Colleagues, the Republic of Korea is seriously concerned by the most recent in a series of deeply alarming incidents, this time impacting the territorial integrity of Estonia. On Friday, we were dismayed by reports of fighter jets from the Russian Federation violating Estonian airspace and remaining there over the Gulf of Finland for a total of 12 minutes. We note that this incident led to some countries responding by scrambling their jets in yet another troubling event over European territory. This once again appears to represent a significant breach of the sovereignty of United Nations member state, which could further threaten European and international security and simultaneously erode diplomatic efforts to end the war in Ukraine. Friday's incidents in the Estonian skies represent just the latest occurrence in a series of concerning actions following the recently reported Russian drone breaches of Poland and Romania. Colleagues, at this Council's 12th September meeting, in response to the violation of Poland's territorial integrity, my delegation warned that this incident was a resounding wake-up call and could mark a dangerous turning point. One, where the war in Ukraine may no longer be able to be contained, instead spreading incrementally and insidiously further into Europe. Today, we reiterate our expanding concern over yet another seeming escalation. This incident suggests a troubling pattern that could proliferate and interconnect, raising the risk of grave miscalculation over even miscommunication. And it vividly illustrates the urgency of decisively ending this war. Colleagues, we remind once again the Security Council of Russia and the DPR case ongoing unlawful military cooperation, which violates multiple Security Council resolutions and directly threats peace and security in Europe and Asia. It must stop immediately. In conclusion, alongside the international community, the Republic of Korea continues to support diplomatic efforts to bring about lasting peace in this region. And I resume my functions as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Margus Charkuna, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Estonia.
Your Excellencies, thank you, President. Please allow me to thank the Presidency for convening the Security Council meeting at such a short notice. And I also would like to thank ASG Jensa for his valuable briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, what brings us here today is alarming. On 19 September 2025, 3 armed Russian MiG-31 fighter jets deliberately entered Estonian airspace in violation of our territorial integrity. They remained in our skies for 12 minutes, penetrating up to 10 kilometers deep and covering nearly 100 kilometers inside our sovereign territory. These are the hard facts based on solid evidence, whatever Russia is claiming. And let me show you the screenshot from our most modern radar screenshot. So you can see here as well, the red line is a violation of Estonian territory and sovereignty. You can see it very clearly. This is a fact. This is not something else. So here you can say, you can also see the radar screenshot where Russia fighter jets entered, where they were, and how they went out. They were warned already before. There was a very clear communication on all different channels as well, visibly. And there was no response, and just Russian fighter jets, they continued the violation of Estonian and also NATO airspace for 12 minutes, 100 kilometers. And this is a lot. And these are the hard evidences for that. Also, there are pictures of these fighter jets, and it is very clear that these fighter jets, they carried as well missiles. All of them, they carried missiles, and they were combat-ready planes. And you can see from here as well, Russian representatives, that these are the photos which really were taken during this heavy violation of NATO and Estonian airspace. So what I want to say, that violation is crystal clear, and Russia is lying again, as it has been lied before several times. We remember the occupation of Georgia, 2008, 2014, Crimea, 2022, aggression against Ukraine started. So please don't lie again. Hard evidence is here. So it is a dangerous escalation. It was a fourth violation of Estonia's airspace by Russia this year alone. By this one was deeper, longer, with 3 armed aircraft simultaneously and just minutes flight time away from Tallinn, our capital. I want to recall that member states' sovereignty and territorial integrity on land, at sea, and in the air must be respected at all times. So this was yet another reckless and flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter and of international law by our neighbor. We are here today because this violation of our sovereignty and threat of use of force concerns not only Estonia, but the entire international community. The 19 September incursion was not an isolated act, but part of a broader pattern of Russian provocations against its neighbors, while the permanent member of the Security Council continues its full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. On 9th of September, Russia presently violated Poland's borders by sending 19 drones into Poland's airspace. On 13th of September, a Russian attack drone flew for almost an hour over Romanian territory. Russian drones have been also found in Latvia and Lithuania, our neighboring countries. Russia's dangerous behavior cannot be tolerated. To do so would seriously undermine not only the United Nations Charter and the international law, but would set very dangerous precedent, encouraging further aggression, fueling regional and global tensions, and ultimately endangering global peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 34 years since Estonia joined the United Nations, we were obliged to ask the presidency to convene this meeting in the spirit of the preventive diplomacy and in order to stop immediately attempts at further escalation by Russia. We use this occasion to call again on the Russian Federation loud and clear to cease, without delay, its war of aggression against sovereign Ukraine and to abide by the obligations enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. We call on Russia to end all provocations and threats against its neighbors' sovereignty and territorial integrity. The international community must stand firm in demanding an end to these blatant breaches of the United Charter in order to prevent further escalation and to ensure international peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, Estonia is convinced that all responsible members of the international community should always call out such outrageous actions by any member of the United Nations, and even more so by a permanent member of the Security Council, entrusted with a special responsibility to safeguard international peace and security. And yet, words are not enough. As Russia itself has become a real threat to global peace and security, we need to exercise collectively maximum pressure on Russia, forcing it to just and lasting peace in Ukraine and forcing it to abandon its criminal, neo-colonial and imperial ambitions. Together we can hold Russia accountable for its crime of aggression against Ukraine, for the war crimes and crimes against humanity it has committed since 2014, and for its ongoing violations of international treaties and agreements it has pledged to uphold. Impunity, appeasement and further concessions would only embolden Putin and would lead to new crimes. We can succeed only if acting decisively together in defense of the United Nations Charter and the international law. Finally, let me assure that the members of the Security Council and wider audience that Russia's threats and provocations are not going to weaken our resolve to support Ukraine in its defense against the Russian aggression. Just and lasting peace in Ukraine will strengthen the multilateral system based on international law, with the United Nations and its charter at the core, as well as international peace and security across the globe. Thank you, President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Takna for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Kaja Kallas, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies. The United Nations was founded on a set of shared values and principles, foremost the pursuit of peace and security. Although these values are being continuously tested and tried, the adherence to these values is still what brings us together in this room. There is one country present here in this room which is actively seeking to undermine the values and principles the nations of the United Nations have committed upholding. Last week, Russia once again violated international law and the sovereignty of an European country. For 12 minutes, 3 armed Russian fighter jets blatantly violated Estonian airspace. The same type of fighter jets that regularly bomb innocent civilians in Kiev. The recent violation of Estonian airspace is unprecedented in both scale and recklessness. It was a deliberate provocation which could have ended with devastating results. This comes after Russian violation of both Polish as well as Romanian airspace with drones a week earlier. It cannot be that Russia accidentally violates 3 times in 2 weeks European airspace. And if it was accidentally, it was a mistake, there has been plenty of time for Russian Federation to apologize and say, sorry, we made a mistake. Instead, we see a pattern. Russia is testing European borders, probing our resolve, undermining the security of the whole of Europe. Russia will continue to provoke as long as we allow it. Therefore, the United Nations and the international community must clearly condemn such actions. It is a breach of the UN Charter, which obliges all states to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other countries. And it is particularly cynical that a permanent member of the UN Security Council, entrusted with safeguarding peace, actively seeks to undermine it. Russia's aggression against Ukraine continues, and now it is extending provocations against the European Union members. Russia hopes that it might force us to draw our focus away from supporting Ukraine and focus solely on our own security. Well, let me be very clear. European security starts with Ukraine. And any provocation against EU member states will only strengthen our resolve to support Ukraine. I say this openly to Russian representatives in this room. Your government's actions are reckless, dangerous, and go against the very principles of the United Nations. Our response is united and firm. First, we stand in full solidarity with Estonia, Poland, and Romania. Second, we collectively condemn Russian sovereignty violations. And third, the European Union will continue to help strengthen European defense and deterrence together with NATO. And fourth, for every test or every violation of our security, our resolve to support Ukraine grows. Russia cannot be allowed to normalize such behavior. International law is not optional. The sovereignty and security of one member state is sovereignty and security of all. I call on you to condemn Russia's violation of Estonia's airspace. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Kallas for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Radoslav Sikorski, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland.
Mr. President, Excellencies,
This Emergency Security Council meeting has been called because a mere week after Russia sent drones into Poland, 3 Russian MiG-31 fighter jets with their transponders off entered Estonian airspace without authorization and lingered for 12 minutes. On the same day, 2 Russian fighter jets violated the security zone over the Polish drilling platform in our economic zone in the Baltic Sea. If these were accidents, why not immediately acknowledge them and apologize? We have given Russia a pass in the past in such circumstances. But we have not heard any apologies, only lies. Together with the intensification of attacks on Ukraine, they seem to be an eloquent comment on, quote, moving from confrontation to dialogue, end quote, promised by Vladimir Putin in Alaska. These breaches of airspace are suspect because they are an escalation of hybrid war which Russia has waged against the West for years. Murders of politicians, journalists, human rights defenders and defectors, cyber attacks against hospitals and financial institutions, arsons, including in Poland, UK and Lithuania, postal packages containing incendiary devices all over Europe, including Germany, attacks on Ukrainian embassies, in addition to standard espionage and disinformation. Excellencies, this Council has a responsibility to send a clear message that such provocations will not be tolerated. It must stand in solidarity with Estonia, Romania, Poland, and all nations whose sovereignty is threatened by systemic Russian aggression. To the representatives of Russia, I have this to say. We know you don't care for international law and you are incapable of living in peace with your neighbors. Your insane nationalism contains a lust for domination that will not cease until you realize that the age of empires is over and that your empire will not be rebuilt. Every drone strike by the heroes of the armed forces of Ukraine, may God bless them, brings this day closer. Your 3-day special military operation can't even conquer Donbass for 10 years now. But the potential for criminal, catastrophic Russian mistakes is still there. By ordering mobilization in 1914, you precipitated the start of World War I, which bled Europe white and led to your Bolshevik Revolution. By signing the Hitler-Stalin Pact, you helped launch World War II, the bloodiest in history. By Sovietizing Central Europe, you caused the Cold War. Don't start another one. We are peaceful democracies who have studiously avoided actively joining your attempt to reconquer Ukraine. But we will not be intimidated. I have only one request to the Russian government. If another missile or aircraft enters our space without permission, deliberately or by mistake, and gets shot down and the wreckage falls on NATO territory, please don't come here to whine about it. You have been warned. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Sikorski for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Johann Vadeful, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany.
Mr. President, 12 minutes. 12 minutes in which 3 Russian fighter jets brazenly ventured into Estonian airspace. 12 minutes in which they made their way almost to the Estonian capital, to Tallinn. What happened early Friday morning marked a further dangerous escalation by Russia. The incursion came just over a week after more than 20 Russian drones had entered Polish airspace. Once again, in Estonia, Russia violated, without any provocation, the territorial integrity of one of its neighbors, and thus one of the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. We condemn this grave violation of international law. This is not the behavior of a state seeking to preserve global peace and security, but one of recklessly disregarding international norms. Together with our partners, Germany stands firmly in solidarity with Estonia. We stand together against those who seek to use military coercion to undermine our sovereignty, freedom, and solidarity. The most recent alarming incidents bring to light two significant insights. First, Russia's ongoing aggression is not only directed against Ukraine and its people, rather, in its reckless behavior, Russia poses a serious danger to regional security as well as to global peace and stability. Second, there were many initiatives for negotiations, most recently under the strong leadership of the United States. Ukraine is ready to engage and has repeatedly offered an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. Nonetheless, Russia has repeatedly chosen not only to continue, but to intensify its aggression. This must end. Let there be no doubt, reckless provocations will not work. This is not just a problem for Russia's immediate neighbors. This is a problem for all of us, united here in our commitment to the UN Charter and its principles. Germany stands for these principles. Russia does not. We will not rest until a sustainable and just peace in Ukraine is achieved, a peace that is rooted in the principles of the UN Charter and negotiated with Ukraine sitting at the table. An unconditional ceasefire is urgently needed to stop the bloodshed and to lay the foundation to build trust for sincere negotiations. The people of Ukraine, as well as the people of Estonia and Poland, just as the people of every country, have the right to live in peace and security. It is our shared responsibility as UN member states to hold those accountable who endanger peace and security. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Vadefu for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Andrei Sybiha, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Thank you for organizing this important meeting. Just 10 days ago, this Council held an emergency meeting requested by Poland after being intruded by 2,000 Russian drones. Today, we are meeting at the urgent request of Estonia after 3 Russian jets violated its airspace. What's next? Which other emergency meeting will we have to hold in the coming weeks? Who will be the next country dealing with Russia's provocations? None of these developments were accidental. No, Moscow does this on purpose. A country occupying a permanent seat in this council is destroying international peace and security it is supposed to maintain. The logic is simple. Russia escalates to force everyone to play by its rules. It wants to impose the law of the jungle upon everyone, might make right. Our goal is the opposite. We must make Russia play by our rules. We have such rules accepted by everyone. They called the UN Charter. It is important that existing tools to be in the Security Council meeting or invocation of NATO Article 4 are actively used. However, political action should be backed by strong practical steps. Weak or late responses will only encourage further aggression. Europe is not at war with Russia, but Russia is at war with Europe. And the only way to safeguard peace is to respond with strength and unity. The best way to prevent a larger war in Europe is to increase support for Ukraine. If you help us end this war sooner with respect to the UN Charter, Russia will not expand it to other nations. Mr. President, A strong response means that a threat should not be escorted neither for 12 minutes nor for 1 minute. It should be neutralized. We reiterate our readiness for air defense integration. This is our European sky over Ukraine and other European nations. This is our common security space, and we must have a common sky shield to protect us all. Ukraine is the only country in the world countering regular massive air attacks of more than 500,000 drones and missiles, and we are ready to share experience and join forces. An integrated European air defense system combining intelligence, early warning, and active interception is essential. We have the capabilities, experience, and alliances, but action must be decisive, adequate, and swift. Other elements of a strong response include devastating sanctions, pressure on, and strong deterrence packages for Ukraine. The Russian war machine can only be stopped through strength, not weakness. Wait and see is not a strategy. Let's abandon wishful thinking. Russia poses an existential threat to Europe, and it will not disappear if we close our eyes. Ukraine has learned many bitter lessons in the past. What we now see in Poland and Estonia reminds of how Russian aggression against Ukraine started. Hybrid attacks and escalation, unmarked soldiers, violations of state border, and other steps. We can see this pattern repeating, but in another forms. The only effective way to counter this escalation is to respond with strength and unity. In conclusion, we reiterate that aggression against any European nation threatens the security of all. Only united action can prevent escalation and preserve peace in Europe. We stand in solidarity with our friendly Estonia, with the Estonian government and people, and we are ready to contribute to our shared security. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Sibiha for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Oana Silvia Toiu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania.
Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity to take the floor at this emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, where we meet again to defend the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. I also want to thank Assistant Secretary General Miroslav Jenka for his briefing. Outside the Council chamber, our conversations focus on the UN80 and the importance of fundamental principles enshrined in the UN Charter. It is dismaying that one permanent member of this Security Council is out of sync and blatantly violates these principles. Russia has repeatedly violated the sovereign airspace of European countries. Now it is Estonia. Last week it was Romania. Before that, Poland. In the case of Romania, in most of these cases, there were involved drones of Iranian origin. We strongly condemn Russia's reckless and dangerous behavior, which directly endangers even more international peace and security. We stand together with Estonia, Poland, and our partners and allies in rejecting such behavior and defending key principles of the Charter and international law. Today, I speak on behalf of Romania. We are the country with the largest border with Ukraine of all its peaceful neighbors, and one of the countries whose sovereign airspace was tested by Russia on various occasions since its war of aggression against Ukraine. At the same time, the war triggered by Russia might affect security in the Black Sea, unless, together with our neighbors, together with our international partners, we invest in defensive and early warning instruments, such as common maritime security approach, both within the European Union, among the Black Sea participants, and NATO. We need to address the insecurity in this key region of Europe with global relevance that affects maritime security, commercial shipping lanes, both regionally and globally, as well as access to vital goods to world markets, including grains, key commodities, and food supplies. Even a perceived lack of reaction from the international community, especially this Council, might encourage future provocations, but we can also do the opposite and discourage them. We need to firmly reject, once and for all, this unjustified and unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. We all want peace, but that also means that we need strength, and strength is achieved together. Mr. President, Within the international community, most of the world nations are aligned to the need to protect the principles of the UN Charter. We join previous speakers' call to Russia to stop all provocations and threats against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other states. Russia should not be emboldened to continue such behavior. In this context, my government welcomes the efforts undertaken by the United States, the European Union, and world leaders to put an end to Russia's war of aggression, and especially respects the effort of Ukraine, and we stand together for peace. Action is of essence now. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Mr. Stoiu for the statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. David Van Hill, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister for Asylum and Migration of Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Benelux countries, Belgium, Luxembourg, and my own country, the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Benelux countries welcome that the Council urgently addresses these unprovoked violations of Estonian airspace. We condemn these violations in the strongest possible terms. It is yet another clear and unacceptable violation by Russia of the territorial territory of a sovereign nation. And this is not an isolated incident. It cannot be ignored. It has been less than 2 weeks ago that in this very council you discussed the violation of Polish airspace. And we are, unfortunately, seeing a wider pattern of Russian provocations against its neighbors while Russia continues its full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. This incident demonstrates that if Russia's aggression remains unchecked, it is bound to repeat itself. We call on this Council and all Member States to make clear that this reckless behavior is not only unacceptable, but also presents clear risks to peace and security. It is imperative that we all protect the UN Charter and international law, and the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all nations must be respected. These are the cornerstones of 80 years of the United Nations. The Benelux countries will defend these principles, standing shoulder to shoulder with Estonia. The path to peace is clear. The Russian Federation needs to end its war of aggression in Ukraine and choose the path of meaningful negotiations for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. And all the members of this Council and all UN member states have a responsibility to play their role in safeguarding global stability. That means holding Russia back from further destabilizing international peace and security in the interest of us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Van Hill for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Maria Malmö Stenergard, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Thank you, President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 5 Nordic states, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and my own country, Sweden. President, the Nordics condemn Russia's serious violation of Estonian airspace and thus of its territorial integrity on the 19th of September. The Nordics stand in full solidarity with Estonia. Like our Baltic friends, the Nordic region shares a long border with Russia. We are deeply concerned about Russia's lack of respect for the territorial integrity of its neighbors. By violating Estonian airspace, Russia has again shown its reckless and lawless behavior. Not even 2 weeks ago, the Security Council convened in another emergency session following Russia's violation of Poland's airspace. Since then, Russia has also violated Romania's airspace. We urge Russia to immediately stop and to bear its responsibility as a permanent member of this Council. Russia's recent airspace violations and its broader campaign of malicious activities against other countries illustrates the seriousness of Russia's threat to international security. It only strengthens our resolve in facing this threat by upholding our sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as further intensifying our long-standing support to Ukraine. Over the past weeks, Russia has increased its attacks against Ukraine. Last week alone, Russia launched more than 1,500 strike drones, 1,280 guided aerial bombs, and 50 missiles against Ukraine, according to Ukrainian reports. These are not the actions of a country that seeks peace. The Nordic countries support a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the UN Charter and international law. A peace must respect Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. President, we need to remind ourselves that Russia is waging a war of aggression against Ukraine in blatant violation of international law. Russia could end its war tomorrow. Until it does, the Nordics stand undeterred in face of Russia's illegal actions. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Malmö Steingard for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Babia Bratze, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Latvia.
Mr. President, I deliver this statement on behalf of two Baltic states, Lithuania and my own country, Latvia. I thank the Presidency of the Council for convening this meeting, and I thank Assistant Secretary General Janša for the briefing. Lithuania and Latvia stand in full solidarity with our neighbor and ally, Estonia. On 12 September, this Council strongly condemned the violation of Polish airspace by a massive Russian drone incursion. We expressed our full solidarity with Poland at that meeting, and we warned of the risk of further provocations by Russia. Now it is Estonia calling this meeting in response to another grave and deliberate escalation by Russia. Mr. President, Europe has witnessed a growing number of Russia's non-conventional attacks, ranging from GPS jamming, sabotage, attempts to place explosives on DHL planes, to drone incursions. Russia's war in Ukraine and Russia's flagrant violation of Estonia's airspace once again demonstrates Russia's complete disregard for the authority of this Council, and also for the demands expressed by international community in numerous UN General Assembly resolutions. And Mr. President, let me say, we are not facing a Ukraine crisis. We are faced with Russia crisis. As we speak at this emergency meeting, Russia continues to target and destroy Ukrainian cities, critical civilian infrastructure, kill innocent civilians, medical personnel, children, women, all in pursuit of a land grab. Contrary to the efforts of the President of the United States and European and Ukrainian partners, Russia doesn't seek peace. Russia's imperial and colonial ambitions brutally violate UN Charter. Remember Georgia in 2008, Crimea in 2014, and then the full-scale aggression against Ukraine since 2022. Mr. President, today in 1939, Soviet and Nazi forces held a joint military parade to celebrate invading and partitioning Poland. We will never accept Russia's attempts to attack, dominate, intimidate, or establish a sphere of influence over its neighbors. Empires are dead. We, the free and democratic countries, will continue to invest in our deterrence, defense, resilience. We are working closely with our allies to deploy additional capabilities to ensure that future Russian provocations are not tolerated. And we ask the Council to continue to be engaged on upholding international peace and security. We are committed to it. Yet, ironically, again, it is the aggressive, revanchist behavior of Russia, permanent member of this August Council, who is gravely undermining global security. So Latvia and Lithuania call on this Council and all UN member states to condemn Russia's aggressive actions in the strongest terms. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Baiba Bratze for the statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
Progress has been achieved over recent decades, we see today alarming setbacks in women's rights. There are armed conflicts, the climate crises, and regressive movements which imperil our basic rights. Security Council Resolution 1325 was adopted 25 years ago. It is a key landmark. When women participate in peace processes and are present at the negotiating table, the agreements that are the fruit of these negotiations are more inclusive, and peace is more likely to be attained and to be lasting. As part of our commitment to human rights and the dignity of every person, Monaco has always supported international efforts for advancing gender equality. Both on our soil and through international cooperation, the Principality has been working proactively to promote girls' access to education, women's economic empowerment and independence, as well as the fight against all forms of violence, including in conflict and crisis contexts. The Monegasque Committee for the Protection and Promotion of Women's Rights was established in 2018. Today, this is the cornerstone for mobilization and awareness at the national level. The government of our Principality is working closely with UN agencies such as UN Women and its Sport for Generation Equality framework, which recognizes the role of sports as key leverage towards social transformation. Monaco is proud of supporting this initiative. We believe that sports should be an engine for empowerment, for respect, and for solidarity. UNICEF and UNFPA are also key partners for our action through tangible projects. So these partnerships help to anchor the principles of the Beijing Declaration in actions on the ground. I also wish to highlight the key role of civil society, women leaders, young people, and male allies in building a world that is more just, with greater solidarity and greater equality. Our Principality reaffirms our commitment to continue along this path in a decisive way alongside all of those who work day by day to ensure that this equality becomes a reality. Thank you.
I thank His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco, Sovereign Prince of the Principality of Monaco. And I have the honor now to give the floor to His Excellency Assali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée.
Madam President of the General Assembly, honourable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Salam alaikum. It is a great honour and a real pleasure for me to take the floor on this solemn occasion of the 30th anniversary of the World Conference on Women. This anniversary is a time for us to take stock of the progress that has been made since the historic Beijing Conference in 1995, but also to highlight the achievements and best practices as well as the continuing challenges when it comes to promoting gender equality around the world. As we are faithful to our international and regional commitments, the Comoros has ratified a number of legal instruments that are relevant to the promotion and protection of women's rights, notably the prevention of all forms of discrimination against women. During the presidency of the Comoros of the African Union, we were proud to hold up the torch of this important cause, and on the 30th of October 2023, our country organized the third conference of consultation of women African leaders on the topic stimulating commitment towards the economic empowerment of women and putting an end to violence against women and girls. Nationally, we have always guaranteed women's rights by protecting them against violence, exploitation, and any form of violence. We have adopted a number of legislative instruments nationally, including the new penal code that makes provisions for the protection of women and children. And more recently, in 2024, we created a ministry dedicated to the promotion of gender equality and training, and there is a woman heading that up. We have also established a national policy for gender equality, and we have developed mechanisms for medical, legal, and other support for victims of gender-based violence. And we also offer special support for women and girls who have been victims. The network of women African leaders is actively involved with local authorities. I have placed the promotion of women at the heart of our priorities, and today women hold positions of responsibility both within the government, the parliament, legal and judicial institutions, and other areas. The interpreter apologizes, the speaker's microphone has been cut off.
Excellency, Excellency, kindly conclude your statement. I thank His Excellency, the President of the Union of Comoros, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal.
Madam
President and General Assembly, members of the General Assembly, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank the President of the General Assembly and the Secretariat and the Secretary General for the invitation extended to participate in this meeting. We wish to recall the following. Pursuant to a call for action and mobilization for resources in order to accelerate progress towards full gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls. The Beijing Program of Action has been a turning point when it comes to awareness about the obligation to have greater justice vis-a-vis all women. Progress has been achieved. However, this progress should be assessed on a regular basis in order to identify weaknesses, as well as to make the necessary adjustments to build a fairer and more inclusive society. The commitment to promotion of gender equality and the rights of women means that there is a need to fight against poverty, to guarantee women's access to economic resources, to education, to health care, as well as to enhance women's participation in decision-making bodies, as well as to protect them against all forms of violence and discrimination. This is what we have been doing in Senegal through our public policies and through the Senegal 2050 vision, which places women and young people at the very heart of national citizenship and stability. We have been implementing a progress accelerator to surmount the persistent obstacles to equality with programs which include expanding access for women and girls to education and training and combating unstintingly all gender-based violence. We are fighting against all forms of violence and discrimination against women and girls, and this struggle needs to be continued with vigor in neither in religion, history, or any affiliation, or any argument can be made for women to be abused, discriminated against, or marginalized. All public bodies, members of civil society, religious and faith traditional leaders, All citizens have an obligation, more than ever before, to mobilize ourselves against brutality, against harassment, against rape, and against all forms of abuse. Together, let us surmount the persistent inequality. Let us work towards a greater partnership among states. Let us prepare future generations, succeeding generations, helping them to live in a fairer, more equal, and more harmonious world. This is a shared responsibility. This is a universal moral duty. I thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency the President of Senegal, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, President of the Central African Republic.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honoured to take the floor at this high-level meeting. It marks a pivotal moment for equality between men and women 30 years following the Beijing Declaration Programme of Action. The Central African Republic has placed gender equality and the empowerment of women at the heart of its National Development Plan 2024 through 2028. We hold the conviction that equality is not just a moral requirement, but an underlying condition for peace, justice, and sustainable development. This is why in the area of education, we have launched programs of free schooling that has already benefited more than 89,000 girls. We also have the Maingo project with the support of the World Bank, and this helps to combat school dropouts by providing scholarships to adolescents who are threatened by poverty, early marriage, and early pregnancy. In the area of maternal and infant health, we are strengthening the training of midwives to enable access to obstetrical services and also to avoid and reduce avoidable deaths by protecting every single life, especially in rural areas. Political participation and peace building. In this area, we are implementing our third National Action Plan on Resolution 1325, Women, Peace and Security, and we have updated our plan, Beijing Plus 30. We're also strengthening accountability mechanisms so that women and young people and the most vulnerable are truly at the heart of public action. However, there is still a great deal left to be done. Keeping girls in school and high school, despite their poverty and social norms, continues to be a challenge. We need massive investment in the education of girls and in maternal health, because this is where the future of Africa is hanging in the balance. Let us adopt strong measures to ensure political equality so that parliaments, governments and local authorities truly reflect this half of humanity. Let us support women's entrepreneurship through loans, training and access to market. And we should do this because economic empowerment is the key to ensuring dignity for women. Let us protect women from gender-based violence through the rigorous implementation of laws and access to justice and support for survivors. The Central African Republic is committed to continuing with the reforms we have already undertaken with the support of our partners, UN Women and other friendly nations. I thank you. The interpreter apologizes. The speaker is not audible.
I thank the President of the Central African Republic, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia.
Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration charted a bold and hopeful path for women and girls everywhere. Today, as we gather under the theme of recommitting, resourcing, and accelerating the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, Liberia sees this anniversary not as a ceremonial occasion, but as an urgent call for action. Under my leadership, Liberia is determined to move from pledges to results. We are proud to stand among the first member state leading on the two important action agendas, ending violence against women, girls, and investing in young people, girls, and future generations. Through our agenda for inclusive development, Liberia will invest $8.3 billion over 5 years to transform lives with gender equality, youth empowerment, education, healthcare, and social development at all levels. Our commitments are clear. We pledge zero tolerance for gender-based violence, with massive awareness and public education programs and with dedicated budget allocation. We will permanently ban harmful cultural practices. What was once a 3-year moratorium will now become a national law supported by national dialogue and alternative livelihood program. We will implement a national action plan for women and girls to provide a roadmap for empowerment, voice, and protection. An African proverb reminds us, when spider webs unite, they can tie a lion. Similarly, when women are fully empowered and supported, entire nations thrive. As Liberia embarks on 2-year term on the United Nations Security Council, we will ensure that the voices of women and youth are not only heard, but also shaped to women and youth peace and security. Our programs are already changing lives. The Liberian Women Empowerment Project, reaching 36,000 business women across countries, impacting more than 260,000 Liberian lives through increased income, resilience, and growth. The Realist Project supports 53,600.
I thank the President of the Republic of Liberia, I thank the President of the Republic of Liberia, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the United Nations Secretary General and the UN Women for organizing this commemorative meeting to mark 30 years since the Fourth World Conference on Women in Beijing. Excellencies, Uganda reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the full implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action. Over the past 3 decades, our government has made significant strides in advancing gender equality and empowering women and girls, particularly in the following areas: legal and policy frameworks. Uganda's 1995 constitution enshrines equality and prohibits discrimination against women. We have enacted comprehensive legislations, including the Land Act, Domestic Violence Act, the Female Genital Mutilation Act, the Succession Act, the Children's Act, among others, providing a robust legal basis to promote and protect women's rights. Women in leadership. Today, women constitute 45% cabinet, 34% parliament, and 45.7% local government positions. Economic empowerment. Through targeted programs such as Uganda Women Entrepreneurship, Youth Livelihood Programs, and GROW, we are enhancing women's access to affordable capital, skilling, markets, and formal business registration. We continue to invest in infrastructure such as markets, innovation hubs, to support women-led enterprises and value addition. In education and skills, Uganda offers free education at primary and secondary levels. We have introduced affirmative action policies, including an additional 1.5 points for girls in university admissions and further incentives in STEM field. Through a second chance education initiatives, we are supporting adolescent mothers and school dropouts to return to school and complete their education. These achievements have not come easily. They are as a result of tireless advocacy, and we would like to pay tribute to Our Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for upholding the political will necessary to sustain these gains. Excellencies, as I conclude, let us recommit to the 1995 declaration. Let us engage all men and boys as partners in this journey. Let us act with urgency, unity.
I thank the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda and now give the floor to His Excellency Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action set out a bold vision that women and men should finally stand equal in their rights, opportunities, and dignity. Czechia proudly reaffirms its commitment to this vision. It is rooted deeply in our history. Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, the first president of independent Czechoslovakia, believed democracy could not exist without women's full participation. Thanks to him and the tireless efforts of pioneering activist Františka Plamínková in 1920, Czechoslovakia became one of the first countries where women could vote. Building on this legacy, we have recently taken tangible steps. We redefined the crime of rape to better protect victims, a reform achieved with a broad political support. We adopted a stronger definition of domestic violence in a civil code and are expanding childcare to support women's economic participation. Abroad, we support education for refugee girls in northern Iraq, as well as care for Ukrainian women and girls, including survivors of sexual violence. I would especially like to acknowledge that without the dedication and expertise of non-governmental organizations, those initiatives would not have happened. Yet significant challenges persist. Around the world, global crises from climate change to armed conflicts, such as Russia's war against Ukraine or a conflict in the Middle East, disproportionately affect women and girls and increase the risk of sexual and gender-based violence. Our responses must be comprehensive. Equality cannot be achieved by women alone. The active engagement of men and boys as family members, partners, leaders, and allies is indispensable. Only then can we create the conditions for women everywhere to fulfill their potential and have the power to make our world a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality is not a women's issue. It's a matter of democracy, justice, and prosperity. On this 30th anniversary of Beijing, let us renew our commitments and act with courage. Czechia stands ready to continue working on a safer, fairer, and truly equal world for generations to come. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Czech Republic, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Jeremiah Manele, Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands, who will be speaking on behalf of the Pacific Islands Forum.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of the member states of the Pacific Islands Forum with a presence here in New York. As we mark the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action, the Pacific also celebrates its leadership legacy. A year before Beijing, the region launched the Pacific Platform for Action, boldly placing gender equality at the heart of our regional agenda. While challenges remain, the resilience of Pacific women and girls is driving real progress. More girls are completing school, women are accessing economic opportunities, and health systems are being improved. Reproductive health, including human papillomavirus vaccination and cervical cancer screening, is progressing. Across the region, gender equality is increasingly being reflected in national reports and budgets. Women's leadership role across sectors is increasing. However, more needs to be done to elevate women in politics and decision-making roles. As One Blue Pacific, we are laying the foundation for the establishment of a regional gender equality monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning plan to close data gaps, guide action, and ensure no one is left behind. Gender equality and climate action are interlinked. Across the Pacific, gender roles in various sectors and policies are not just about shaping change, but driving change. New forms of violence, including tech-facilitated abuse, is already stretching our capacity to respond meaningfully. Bold partnership is needed to address this growing issue. The Pacific is reviewing its regional disability framework to ensure persons with disabilities are recognized and provided with more inclusive spaces. As One Blue Pacific continent, we stand united to reaffirm our promise that women and girls in our region can live in peace, security, and dignity. Women's role in peace and security is critical to be aligned with the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, underpinned by the Blue Pacific Ocean of Peace Declaration. Let me now speak on the subject in my national capacity. My government is committed to deliver access to quality education for all Solomon Islanders. The Solomon Islands National University is offering second chance programs for women who left formal education due to pregnancy. I am pleased to announce that 9 out of 10 births in Solomon Islands are attended to by skilled professionals. We have distributed reusable menstrual pads to schoolgirls in the provinces as part of our health program, rolled out vaccinations for girls to prevent cervical cancer, and removed duty and goods tax on menstrual sanitary products. To combat violence, we have the Family Protection Act 2014, Penal Code Amendments 2016, Child and Family Welfare Act 2017, and the National Policy to Eliminate Violence Against Women and Girls 2021 to 2027. Empowering women in business remains a national priority. Financial literacy training in rural areas has seen the growth of women saving clubs. These saving clubs have provided women with seed money to pursue their economic goals. In closing, the Pacific region remains steadfast in our commitment to multilateralism, the Beijing Plan of Action, and will continue to place gender equality central to every decision we take in shaping our future. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Michael Martin, Taishu of Ireland.
Chair, 30 years on from the landmark agreement of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, we can acknowledge that the Platform for Action has enabled a great deal of progress in many countries across the globe. And this includes women's access to employment, equal pay and conditions, increased political representation for women, improved access to education and legal reforms in a large number of countries to promote the realization of women's rights and equality. Although this progress has been steady, it has not been linear or equal, and large implementation gaps remain. While there has been immense positive change, I'm also acutely aware of the contexts in which women and girls' rights have regressed. I would like to highlight here the situation of Afghan women and girls who are enduring an unparalleled system of oppression and discrimination. Ireland considers the attainment of gender equality, equal rights for women and girls, sexual and reproductive health rights as fundamental to a more equal, peaceful and sustainable world. As a result, these are policy priorities across our development and human rights work. When Ireland co-facilitated the negotiations on the 2030 agenda, we played a critical role in ensuring consensus for a standalone goal on gender equality, SDG 5, and for the integration of gender equality across all the SDGs. Gender equality is both a fundamental human right under international law, as well as a necessary condition for sustainable global development. I regret that this human rights-based approach to equality and to women's rights, instead of being reinforced and ring-fenced by the world's leaders, is instead facing a strong and concerted attack. 30 years after the moment of hope and impetus for change, which the Beijing and Cairo processes represented, we celebrate the gains that have been achieved. But we must also acknowledge that in many places progress has stalled, that women continue to be poor in disproportion to men, that they continue to bear the burden of family and childcare, and that they're the most affected by climate change. Ireland strongly affirms our commitment to the United Nations and multilateral structures, and that includes the achievement of genuine gender equality around the world. And that's why we're pleased to be co-facilitating with St. Kitts and Nevis the process to revitalise the Commission on the Status of Women. Ireland has been on our own journey with regard to women's rights in the past 30 years. We have learned the lessons from the dark chapters in our own past, where vulnerable women's voices were ignored and silenced. Rest assured that Ireland is committed to continuing highlighting and prioritising women's human rights, including as we work towards gaining a seat on the Human Rights Council.
I thank the Taishu of Ireland, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Sitiveni Ligamamada Rabuka, Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, the Fourth World Conference marks a significant turning point in the global agenda for gender equality. This is a celebration of the invaluable contributions that women make in our lives. With high toll of social crimes, violence, and discrimination, the values of respect, gender equality, and women's empowerment must be embodied in societies, in our homes, and in our workplaces. This is the avenue to which their grievances, most of which go unnoticed, are amplified, and it must begin with us as leaders, the political will and accountability to ensure that women are treated with respect and honor. Women comprise more than half the world's population. Therefore, the promise of empowerment and equality should not be a debate. Their role is unparalleled in these unprecedented times. They hold the fort in times of peace and conflict, in times of drought and downpour. Our objectives for the advancement of women focus on key areas of poverty, education, health, capacity building, violence against women, women in armed conflict, women and the economy, women in power and decision-making, human rights of women, women in the media, women and environment, and the right and the girl child. Fiji is making progress on its commitment to inclusive environment ensuring gender equality through family law reforms, adopting such laws as the Fiji Domestic Violence Act of 2009, the Child Welfare Act of 2010, and the Employment Relations Act, as well as other national regulations addressing violence against women, child protection, and employment rights. Fiji's current legal and institutional framework provide adequate protection for women and girls, enabling the government, institutions, and authorities to address discrimination and hold perpetrators accountable. Fiji aims to ensure that gender equality is institutionalized within government structures.
I thank the Prime Minister. I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 30 years ago, thousands met in Beijing with a shared vision, a world where women and girls could live free from inequality, discrimination, and violence. I remember that it felt like history was being made there and then. At that time, I worked as an advisor to Norwegian Prime Minister, first women Prime Minister Gro Harlem Brundtland, who we heard this morning. And she said at that meeting, women's power is a formidable force. She too remains a formidable force. Nobody has taught me more about politics and leadership than her. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action was a bold one, ambitious and transformative. Since then, we have seen undeniable progress. More girls complete secondary education. Fewer girls are married before the age of 18. Extreme poverty among women and girls is reduced. And these are significant and real steps. They are worth celebrating. In my lifetime, women's participation in the workforce has significantly increased in my country, Norway. And this has in fact meant more for Norway economically than the revenue from our energy resources, oil and gas. It has boosted economic growth. It has given women greater financial independence and brought our society closer to realizing its full potential. This progress has not come by itself. It reflects choices that have been made and struggles that have been fought, rights that have been fought for. We have developed strong laws, made smart investment, and built partnerships with employers, trade unions, and civil society. Thanks to such measures as paid parental leave, flexible work hours, and affordable childcare, both women and men can now practice their work and give priority to it. And let me give you another illustrating example. In Norway, women now account for roughly 1/3 of those completing military service, up from just about 10% a decade ago. So progress is possible. But friends, despite this progress, we face serious challenges. We are witnessing a growing, coordinated backlash against women's rights and girls' rights, against human rights, and especially against sexual and reproductive health and rights and the rights of LGBTQ+ persons. These attacks threaten the hard-won progress we have made. It's everyone's loss because investing in gender equality makes society better. Norway will continue to partner with the UN and civil society around the globe to ensure that women and girls have the right to decide over their own bodies. And we will continue to call on governments to close the gender pay gap, strengthen economic independence, and defend rights under that threat. So let's honor.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway and now give the floor to His Excellency Feleti Penitala Teo, Prime Minister of Tuvalu.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years after the Beijing Platform for Action, Tuvalu reaffirms its commitment to gender equality, and we have taken important steps towards that objective. Our Constitution now prohibits discrimination based on sex, embedding gender equality in our highest law. Inclusivity is also part of Tuvalu's top 21 development priorities, which guide our development agenda. In 2024, we adopted a more updated and modern national gender equity policy to assure women's empowerment and protection from violence are integrated across all sectors. In education, Tuvalu girls now perform better than their boys' counterpart and stay in school longer. Women are increasingly present in the public service and civil society, taking leadership roles that shape policies and communities. And our parliament is considering how to improve laws so that gender equality is not just words, but a lived reality for Tuvaluan women and girls. But challenges remain stark. In Tuvalu, 1 in 2 women continue to experience intimate partner violence. Employment opportunities for women are limited, and too often economic insecurity perpetuates inequality. At present, there are no women in our parliament, and only 8 women sit in local council out of 48 seats. These gaps show how far we still must go, and all of these unfold under the shadow of climate change. For Tuvaluan women, climate change is not a distant threat. It is stripping away rights day by day. When saltwater kills pandanus trees, women lose both income and culture. When drought leaves families with only a few buckets of water, it is women who bear the exhaustion of care. When overcrowding worsens in our capital, women's security and dignity are put at risk. These are not abstract challenges. They are violation of fundamental rights to health, food, water, housing, safety, and cultural identity. Yet women in Tuvalu continue to lead. They cultivate gardens to feed families, weave cultural knowledge into new solutions, and raise their voices for climate justice on the world stage. Their resilience is extraordinary, but resilience must never be mistaken for consent to injustice. Excellencies, as we mark Beijing 30, Tuvalu calls on the international community to recognize that gender equality and climate justice are
I thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu and now give the floor to His Excellency Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda.
Distinguished colleagues, it is an honor to join you as we mark 30 years since Beijing, a moment that ignited a global movement of women's rights. 30 years after Beijing, Antigua and Barbuda has moved steadily from promise to action. We have made significant progress. More women, especially young women, in leadership, more female university graduates than males, elimination of inequities in remuneration, and stronger protections in law. Our government continues to institute programs and measures against gender-based violence and sexual offenses against our women and girls, which collectively remain a global challenge. Gender equity is not only a matter of rights, it is essential for justice, development, and sustainability of families and communities. No nation can reach its full potential when half of its people are held back. Our responsibility is clear: to recommit to Beijing's promises by ensuring equal pay for equal work, protecting women from violence, investing in health and education, and opening doors to leadership. For small states like mine, empowering women is critical to survival and sustainability, because women are at the heart of family, community, economy, and resilience in the face of climate change. Excellencies, the Beijing Declaration is not a relic of the past. It's a living promise. Antigua and Barbuda recommits to accelerating implementation of all Beijing commitments to resource gender equality in work, even amid fiscal constraints, amplifying women's leadership in climate action, finance, and peace building, and building a society where every woman and girl can thrive as equal partner in development. Colleagues, gender equality is not only a moral imperative, it is a prerequisite for sustainable development, justice, and peace. Antigua and Barbuda will stand firm, work harder, and speak louder, because the rights, dignity, and potential of women and girls everywhere must never again be negotiable. Let us therefore act with urgency so that equity becomes equality, and every woman and girl can live free, lead boldly, and achieve full potential. I thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda and now give the floor to His Excellency Luc Frieden, Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather for the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, we stand at a crossroads, an opportunity to renew our commitments and the responsibility to act more boldly than ever on gender equality. Luxembourg aligns wholeheartedly with UN Women's unifying message of urgency, hope, and possibility to advance the Beijing +30 action agenda. My government remains highly committed to foster gender equality and diversity on all levels of society. This year, Luxembourg is renewing several strategic partnerships with UN agencies, providing flexible multi-annual funding to support transformative action. Among these is its strengthened collaboration with UN Women, to whom Luxembourg is doubling its contribution, recognizing that a well-resourced and empowered UN Women is one of the most effective ways to support gender equality and advance the empowerment of women. We recently renewed our Women, Peace and Security Plan to ensure women shape peace, not just survive conflict. Nationally, we prioritize women's economic empowerment, leadership, and protection from domestic violence. I'm proud that Luxembourg is celebrated as having one of the lowest gender pay gaps among EU countries. My government has recently adopted 3 national action plans, among which one on equality between women and men, another one on gender-based violence. These plans count over 300 concrete measures that are being implemented together with the civil society. I invite all member states to commit to fully implement the Beijing Plus 30 action agenda with well-resourced national action plans that address violence against women, political participation, access to justice, and elimination of discriminatory laws and practices. For me, gender equality goes beyond policy. It is a personal belief that every daughter should have the same freedom as every son. That is the Luxembourg I'm committed to building and the world we can achieve together. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Luxembourg and now give the floor to Her Majesty Queen Mathilde of the Belgians.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago, we adopted a commitment to undertake robust measures for the advancement of the rights of women and girls. Progress has been achieved in this regard. However, it behooves us to acknowledge the fact that no country has fully achieved gender equality. On the contrary, what we have observed are alarming setbacks on matters related to equality and a proliferating crisis which are affecting the rights of women and girls. There is a clear risk that in these difficult, troubled times, the question of equality for all will be cast aside and possibly even deliberately removed from the agenda. For this reason, Belgium cannot allow for progress which has been achieved over the past 3 decades, for this progress to evaporate. We remain fully committed to the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, as well as to Agenda 2030. I wish to take this opportunity to highlight 2 key aspects of particular importance to Belgium. First and foremost, equal participation of women in decision-making. It has been recognized for a long time that women's participation is a prerequisite for the achievement of sustainable and effective and efficient solutions. Security Council Resolution 1325 recognizes thus the importance of the involvement of women in all peace processes and reconciliation efforts. The goal is clear. The meaningful and equal participation is critical. This requires tangible actions to be undertaken to eliminate structural obstacles, discriminatory laws, and the norms which perpetuate stereotypes. Another key objective is as follows. There is a need to combat violence against women and girls. We cannot ignore the fact that there are acts of intimidation which women and girls continue to face. Unfortunately, we see that sexual violence is far too frequently leveraged as a weapon of war in conflict zones. There, too, the goal is clear: zero violence, zero tolerance. To achieve this goal, there is a need for integrated prevention, protection, and support policies for victims and for there to be a fight against impunity. No custom, tradition, or religious tradition can be invoked to justify these acts of violence targeting women and girls, be it forced violence, coercive controls, domestic violence, feminicide, female genital mutilation. The microphone has been cut off.
I thank Her Majesty I thank Her Majesty Queen Matilda of the Belgians, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Sabine Monauni, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Home Affairs, Economy and Environment of the Principality of Liechtenstein.
We are meeting at a pivotal time for the empowerment of women and girls. In recent years, we have witnessed a backlash to gender equality. It has manifested in various forms, such as legislative rollbacks, as well as the proliferation of misogynist and anti-gender rhetoric, including in parliaments and public office. Unfortunately, these setbacks are not isolated incidents, but part of a global trend that threatens to reverse the slow but steady progress we have made towards gender equality. The unprecedented number of armed conflicts globally, moreover, constitute human rights crises that disproportionately affect women and girls. And despite strong evidence of the contribution that women make at various stages and levels to resolve conflict, exclusion rather than inclusion has remained the norm in formal peace processes. This undermines the sustainability of peace. It also deprives societies of perspectives and solutions that are vital for recovery and reconciliation. The anniversary of Beijing, as well as the upcoming 25th anniversary of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda are stark reminders that we still have a very long way ahead of us to achieve gender equality and ensure the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in all aspects of peace and security. Madam President, ending gender-based violence is one of the 6 key actions of the Beijing Platform for Action, and rightfully so. The large majority of member states has legislation in place to end violence against women and girls, but women continue being disproportionately affected by domestic and intimate partner violence. Across their lifetime, 1 in 3 women are subject to physical or sexual violence globally. As a committed state party to the Council of Europe Convention on Violence Against Women, also known as the Istanbul Convention, Liechtenstein has set up a coordination group that allows for regular exchanges with civil society and professionals from relevant authorities and NGOs on how to further improve our legislative and policy framework to end gender-based violence. I invite all of you who have not yet done so to ratify this key instrument, which is complementary to relevant UN treaties and resolutions. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Liechtenstein and now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammad Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu salli ala Rasulil Kareem. President, Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, a very good afternoon. 30 years ago in Beijing, we pledged to build a future where women and girls enjoy full equality and empowerment. Today, as we commemorate this milestone, we must recommit not just in words, but through bold and measurable action. For Pakistan, gender equality is anchored in the vision of our founding father, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who declared, "No nation can rise to the height of glory unless your women are side by side with you." Guided by this conviction, Pakistan has made significant progress. Women continue to hold leadership positions in politics, judiciary, bureaucracy, law enforcement, and armed forces. Pakistan was proud to elect first female Prime Minister, late Benazir Bhutto, in the Muslim world, and more recently, first women Chief Minister of Punjab, Ms. Maryam Nawaz Sharif. With reserved seats in the national and provincial assemblies, as well as in local bodies, women's voices are shaping policy at every level. Dedicated institutions in Pakistan are ensuring rights, protection, and access to justice for women. We have also enacted progressive legislation to protect women from violence, workplace harassment, and discrimination. We are also acting at the grassroots level. Social protection and empowerment programs, such as the federal-funded Benazir Income Support Program and the Prime Minister's Youth Program, are helping women escape poverty, gain access to finance, and benefit from vocational and entrepreneurial opportunities. Yet we know that progress is uneven both globally and nationally. What is needed now is for us to collectively scale up financing for gender equality through national budgets, international cooperation, and innovative partnerships, because commitments without resources remain unfulfilled promises. Mr. President, Beijing Declaration remains the boldest global compact for women's rights. Its true legacy must progress. Let us act with urgency, courage, and solidarity so that every woman and girl can live free from poverty and violence and be empowered to lead and contribute to inclusive development. I thank you all.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan, and now give the floor to His Excellency Ervin Ibrahimovic, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro.
Excellencies, the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls are among the central pillars of the government of Montenegro's human rights policy. Over the last 3 decades, Montenegro has succeeded to set up the legislative and strategic framework for agenda equality and to significantly improve its institutional network at all levels. Despite the progress, serious challenges remain, in particular when it comes to the effectiveness in institutional capacities and their efficiency in fighting discrimination, harassment, and hate speech and gender-based violence. The 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action is a unique opportunity for all of us to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to gender equality and women empowerment. It reminds us that the advancement and full enjoyment of all human rights by all women and girls everywhere is not only a goal in itself. Advocating for women's rights, combating discriminatory policies and practices, fighting the ever-increasing violence against women and girls, as well as challenging the deeply rooted stereotypes in our societies that affect inequalities, are not just our obligation under the international human rights law. It is the essence of a good governance and the foundation for sustainable and inclusive development. The last 3 decades have shown that the global progress is possible in addressing domestic violence in the education field, in increasing women's participation in the parliament. But much remains to be done. Montenegro will continue to work with all partners to advance implementation of the key UN, Council of Europe, and EU norms and standards. We will scale up our effort toward the full and effective implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action, including the Beijing Plus 30 process and the conclusion of the Commission of the Status of Women. And the very end, Excellencies, an ordinary girl in Montenegro can expect to live longer than an ordinary boy. She will probably get higher level of education than her boy's classmate. But despite all the progress, she will still have challenges if she dreams to become a head of state or government, or to address you from this place. This is not reality only for Montenegro girls. It is up to us, the government's power, to invest more to create a just and equal future for all women and girls. We owe it to them, but Above all, we owe it to all of us, to our entire societies, as we search for meaningful answers.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Joëlle Clark, Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment of St. Kitts and Nevis, on behalf of the Caribbean community.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, St. Kitts and Nevis has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Caribbean community, CARICOM. Excellencies, today marks 30 years since the world gathered in Beijing to make a bold promise to women and girls that their rights would no longer be violable, their voices and experiences no longer silenced, their inclusion no longer negotiable, and their lives and expertise no longer devalued or overlooked. The declaration signaled the international community's political will to serve and honor an undeniable requirement of sustainable development, gender parity. However, 30 years later, if we appraise the delivered outcomes of our actions, we would find clear signs of regression, promises reneged, actions unfulfilled, and the spirit of the declaration underserved. Despite their indispensable roles, women and girls continue to face unequal burdens, limited opportunities, and persistent threats to their safety and autonomy. They are often relegated to the informal sector, underrepresented in political leadership, and disproportionately affected by poverty, climate change, and gender-based violence, realities that are escalated by the climate crisis. Notwithstanding, women and girls, especially in the Caribbean and across small island developing states, remain the fulcrum of our societies. Their stewardship and contributions are the axis which families, communities, and indeed nations turn. Acknowledging this, CARICOM reaffirms its commitment to the full implementation and acceleration of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, and all other frameworks geared towards the realization of gender equality. We must look at the numbers and decode the pictures that the data paints. It is estimated that by 2030, around 8.1% of women and girls will live in extreme poverty. Only 28% of women across the world serve as ministers of environment. Women only hold 26.9% of parliamentary seats worldwide. Globally, the wage gap persists, with women still earning 20% less than men for work of equal value. Women enjoy only 64% of rights that men do. Sobering realities. In the Caribbean community, we strive for political culture that prioritizes women in decision-making and leadership, evidenced by our 3 democratically elected female heads of government who we commend and celebrate, but we acknowledge that we still have far to go. Noting this, last Friday, St. Kitts and Nevis, through our co-leadership with Ireland, facilitated the passage of the resolution on the revitalization on the Commission of the Status of Women, a renewed commitment to women and girls. Translating intention into action can only be sustained with legislative and policy-backed reformations. As such, our region remains steadfast in the cultivation of gender-responsive policies and legislation and the review of outdated laws that perpetuate discrimination. Excellencies, we must recognize that equality has to be budgeted for and planned for, especially for SIDS with limited fiscal space. CARICOM calls for increased accessible international financing that incorporates the needs of women, for gender-responsive climate action that acknowledges the pivotal role of women and girls in leading the charge against climate change. And we emphasize the need for a paradigm shift in our educational sectors and digital systems in alignment with the needs of women and girls. In closing, CARICOM recommits its policy towards gender empowerment, resourcing through gender-sensitive climate financing and accelerating the full force of political will. Another 30 years should not greet us speaking of potential and possibilities. Let us make good on our shared ambition to leave no one behind.
I thank the Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis and now give the floor to Her Excellency Nemat Neme Aoun, First Lady of Lebanon and President of the National Commission for Lebanese Women.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am honoured to be here with you representing Lebanon as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Programme of Action. This is the cornerstone of our action to support gender equality and the empowerment of women. The 69th session of the CSW, I highlighted the action of Lebanese women strengthening the resilience of Lebanese society through the various crises that have afflicted the country and that unfortunately continue to this day. Lebanon is at a crossroads. Recovery and stability in my country requires political and economic reform. And this, in turn, requires the empowerment of women and trusting women. Women's roles is not just symbolic, it is crucial for restoring peace and prosperity. Lebanon cannot continue to be held hostage by war calculations by the powers surrounding it. The repercussions only exacerbate the ill fortune of the Lebanese, and especially women. In order to overcome all of these obstacles facing women in Lebanon, we must look to our partners. Peace in Lebanon and the end of war in Lebanon means peace in the Middle East. And when we talk about the stability and integrity of Lebanon, we are talking also about the same thing for our neighboring countries. And this is how Lebanese women can achieve stability together and alongside all of the women of the Middle East. And this is why we reinforce their role in our society. There cannot be true sovereignty without women taking control of their own destiny. And there cannot be a true sovereign state without the participation of women in decision-making. Similarly, with economics, women have a right to education, to work, and to equality. Lebanon is committed to the Beijing Declaration. This is how we developed and adopted our second national plan in accordance with the Security Council Resolution 1325. We stand ready to work with all of our partners for the benefit of all women and girls in Lebanon so that they can live in dignity, equality and peace. Among the countries present here, there are Lebanese women here in the audience. Thank you.
I thank the First Lady of Lebanon, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Junko Mihara, related to children, measures for declining birth rate, youth empowerment, and gender equality.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, in line with the Beijing Plus 30 action, action agenda, the government of Japan promises to steadfastly promote initiatives in the area of peace and security and full and equal decision-making power. In January of last year, in the wake of the Noto Peninsula earthquake, the doctor opened a women-only rest space in the disaster-stricken area and distributed whistles at shelters to help prevent sexual violences. The doctor is Ms. Masako Negami, an internal medicine physician. As a result of experiencing disasters such as the Great East Japan earthquake, we have learned a great deal regarding the necessary measures from the perspective of women when the disaster strikes. Dr. Megami, as well as many women's support organizations and corporations, work closely with the government to provide support to women in the NATO area. Japan remains strongly committed to implementing and strengthening the women, the peace and the security agenda, including that the location of the disaster, the risk reduction measures, and its disaster response across various fields. Japan is also continuing its efforts to expanding the participation of the women at the disaster-making level of fields. Our chief priority is to foster regions that are attractive to women, whether urban or rural. Accordingly, we revised the Basic Act of Gender Equal Society this year, which has enacted following the Beijing conference. Next spring, we will establish the Japan Gender Equality Promotion Agency as a national center to robustly support the initiatives of the centers of the gender equality located in each region, aims to building the system through all the local stakeholders can engage in and make efforts of changing gender stereotypes, biases, and the social norms. In addition, this year, we will formulate the basic plan to gender equality and rigorously advance the Beijing 30 action agenda. A Japanese female entrepreneur once told, "I didn't want to give up either raising my children or my career, so I started the business with a view to creating my own workplace." She left her job after giving birth and returned to her hometown despite challenging experiences in the male-dominated community. She managed to start her own business, providing a work experience program at the sake brewery. She also recruited local women of the wide range of ages and expanding the business. Chair, I firmly believe that there are still a great many ways that Japan can change. Japan will continue to coordinate with all countries and to make every possible effort to realize a gender equal society. Thank you very much.
The Minister of State of Japan, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Baiba Braze, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia.
Honorable Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants, esteemed advocates and champions of gender equality, it is my honor to address the General Assembly, especially on an occasion as significant as the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women. 30 years ago, a historic commitment to gender equality was made, embodied by the Beijing Declaration. 3 decades of effort have brought significant achievements and equally significant backsliding. In Latvia, we are currently focused on advancing gender equality by ensuring equal rights and opportunities in the labor market and education, but also addressing harmful gender stereotypes and integrating gender perspectives into policy planning. Our 3-year gender equality plan strengthens these commitments, focusing on concrete changes in employment and education, promoting gender mainstreaming across governance, and intensifying efforts to prevent and combat gender-based violence. Latvia is committed to closing the gender pay gap and ensuring equal employment access. We support women entrepreneurs. We promote family-friendly workplace policies and enhance work-life balance. Our focus on increasing women's representation in STEM and leadership role highlights our dedication to breaking barriers. Latvia stands among the global leaders in gender balance in science, with women making up over 50% of our scientists. Also, I would like to highlight the importance of national action plans on women, peace, and security, as we are currently developing our second plan. These plans are not just symbolic commitments, but practical tools for turning the WPS agenda into measurable progress on the ground. We encourage all member states to adopt and strengthen their own plans, nationally or regionally, to ensure that meaningful participation of women is at the heart of peace building, conflict prevention, and security policy. As an elected member of the UN Security Council for the term 2026-27, Latvia reaffirms our unwavering commitment to advancing the WPS agenda nationally and internationally. Excellencies, Latvia remains a steadfast supporter of the UN's efforts to advance gender equality by committing to multilateral cooperation, continued financial contributions, and mainstreaming gender equality through all policies. Yet, true equality must be reflected within the UN itself. For 79 years, no woman has held the UN top position. We encourage member states.
I thank the Minister of Latvia and now give the floor to Her Excellency Marcia Helena Carvalho Lopes, Minister of Women, Brazil.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago in Beijing, the world stated unequivocally that women's rights are human rights. Today, as we celebrate the Beijing Platform for Action, we reaffirm this commitment, conscious that without gender equality, there can be no true democracy, nor can there be sustainable development. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has reiterated in international forums, Brazil seeks to be an active voice in defense of peace, democracy, and social and climate justice, placing social participation guided by an inclusive perspective at the center of the political debate, a perspective including Afro-descendant populations, native peoples, communities of the waters, fields and forests, migrants, LGBTQA+, individuals, youth, children, adolescents, the elderly, and persons with disabilities. It is in this spirit that I bring Brazil's contribution to this high-level meeting. Brazil has been giving concrete expression to the Beijing Platform for Action. I highlight the equal pay law enacted by President Lula, which ensures transparency and equal remuneration between men and women. I also various policies to confront gender-based violence, to promote women's economic empowerment, and to build the national care policy, pillars of our contemporary response to Beijing's 12 areas of concern. Brazil also announces as one of its actions under the framework of Beijing +30 its commitment to a protocol for responding to women in climate emergencies and disasters, developed in partnership with UN Women Brazil and within the context of Brazil's presidency of COP30. This protocol integrates the gender perspective in every stage of emergency and disaster management, from prevention to reconstruction, to ensure equitable, inclusive, and effective responses. It is anchored in national experiences and in the successful South-South cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the 30th anniversary of Beijing is more than a celebration. It is a call to action. Brazil reaffirms its commitment to advancing through multilateral cooperation toward a society without hunger, racism that is just, sovereign, and democratic.
I thank the Minister of Brazil, obrigada. and now give the floor to Her Excellency Oguljenet Berdilieva, Chairwoman of the Central Council of Women's Union and Chairwoman of the National Center of Trade Unions of Turkmenistan.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I wish to extend my genuine gratitude to the organizers for having convened this high-level meeting to dedicate an important milestone, the 30th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on the Status of Women. This is a conference which was held in 1995 in Beijing. It became a milestone in advancement of equality between men and women and reinforcement of the rights of women as an integral component of human rights. 30 years have elapsed, and we can note with pride that significant success has been achieved. But at the same time, we also see that the agenda which has been enshrined in the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action remains relevant today. Turkmenistan is guided by the policy of our deeply respected president. We attribute significance to the establishment of conditions for women and girls to fully harness their potential and to ensure that they can fully participate in social, political, and economic life of the country. The Union of Women of Turkmenistan is a key civic organization bringing together women of various generations and professions, and it contributes to national and international obligations in the area of gender equality being made a reality. We have legal institutional mechanisms to protect the rights of women, to support mothers and children, to develop women's entrepreneurship initiatives and expand opportunities for education and vocational training. Particular attention is paid to women, to young people and girls, for they determine the future. Turkmenistan firmly believes that investments in education, healthcare, and leadership qualities of girls and women represents an investment in sustainable development of society and prosperity for all of humankind. Today, we have an opportunity to exchange best practices and to pool efforts to achieve the sustainable development agenda for the period up until 2030. Turkmenistan stands ready to continue to proactively cooperate with the United Nations and its specialized structures, as well as with member states, in the advancement of the principle of gender equality and the empowerment of women. Distinguished colleagues, the Beijing conference left us a valuable legacy. Only through joint efforts, respect, and mutual understanding can we build a world where every woman and every girl has the opportunity to fully harness their potential. We reaffirm our commitment to this path, and we extend our readiness to do everything possible to contribute to our shared objective. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the chairwomen of the councils of Turkmenistan and now give the floor to His Excellency Arnoldo André Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, 30 years ago in Beijing, the international community proclaimed something that today, in 2025, must remain unquestionable, that women's rights are human rights. However, the struggle for equality and equity remains unfinished, and it reminds us, as we commemorate 80 years since the creation of this organization, that 8 decades have passed without a single woman at its helm. It is urgent that we guarantee women's participation. Without female leadership, there can be no social development, no economic progress, and much less climate justice. At the COP28, only 34% of delegations were made up of women, and less than 20% of these delegations were led by women. Costa Rica is committed to strengthening Pillar 6 of Beijing Plus 30 and highlights its national gender and climate change plan. As a pioneer in promoting female leadership and dialogue in environmental governance and the transition to sustainable economies. Similarly, it is essential that we eradicate violence against women, a global crisis that will affect 1 in 3 women around the world. The CSW 69 political declaration facilitated by Costa Rica and Cabo Verde underscored the need to ensure safe environments free from domestic violence, online violence, harassment, and sexual violence, especially in the context of armed conflict. In this regard, my country reaffirms its commitment to Pillar 3 of Beijing Plus 30, zero violence, and we will strengthen access to comprehensive care and protection services in rural and indigenous areas. Madam President, Costa Rica urges member states to renew their national commitments and to align their actions with the global commitments and to support the CSW call for the next Secretary General of the United Nations to be a woman. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Costa Rica and now give the floor to Her Excellency Butaina bint Ali Al-Jabr Al-Nuaimi, Minister of Social Development and Family of Qatar.
السيدة الرئيسة.
Madam President, the state of Qatar attributes tremendous significance to the question of the empowerment of women and women's participation in all areas of life. This is attested to through national legislation and policy for the advancement and empowerment of women, and my country has undertaken a number of significant measures which are in accordance with the Beijing Declaration and Program of Action, as well as the SDGs. These include a mobilization of adequate funds for the empowerment of women and gender equality. We have a national strategy in this area for 2024 to 2030, and this is geared towards capacity building for women. My country takes great pride in the achievements of Qatari women. In line with according to recent indicators, my country holds the first place among Arab countries in terms of the participation of women in the workforce. The percentage of women is now 63% in the labor market, and this is according to statistics from the World Bank dating 2024. The number of women with diplomas is 64.7%, which exceeds a global average. We encourage development projects in my country. We encourage private sector and civil society and development projects. We also have specialized plans for women. My country has extended multi-annual support for UN women to the tune of $2.2 million for the period 2024 to 2026. Madam President, as we prepare to hold the World Summit on Social Development in 2025, on the second World Summit for Social Development, that being the theme, it is our pleasure to host this event. We are certain that this will present an opportunity to achieve transformative progress for the empowerment of women and their role to build upon social progress that has been achieved and to build a better world. Unfortunately, Madam President, we are bearing witness to violations of the rights of women and girls, particularly in conflict-affected areas. The Palestinian-occupied Palestinian territory is an example of this. Qatar will continue to maintain a commitment to undertake effort to promote security and stability in the region. We shall continue to our efforts for our fraternal Palestinian people. To conclude, we are certain that the Beijing Declaration and Program of Action are closely linked to the status of women and our source of inspiration. Thank you.
The Minister of Qatar, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Agnes Na Momo Larti, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection of Ghana.
Madam President, 30 years ago, the world adopted the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. It was a bold vision that affirmed a truth, a simple truth, that the advancement of women and girls is essential for peace, justice, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate this milestone, we accelerate the progress that has been made, but are also reminded that the journey is the journey to full equality is not yet complete. For Ghana, this commemoration carries special significance. It coincides with the 50th anniversary of our national machinery of women, which has been central in advancing women's empowerment in our country. In January this year, Ghana's first female vice president was sworn in. This is a breakthrough moment that reflects our determination to ensure women's voices are heard at the highest level of governance. Over the years, Ghana has continued to strengthen its legal and policy framework. We enacted the Affirmative Action Act in 2024 and adopted a new gender policy that will guide our efforts from 2025 to 2035. We have reinforced protection systems through the Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit of the Ghana Police Service. Equally, of importance is our focus on economic empowerment. Programs such as the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, the School Feeding Program, and microfinance, small loan centers support women entrepreneurs, opening doors for women across communities. Plans are also underway to establish a Women's Development Bank that will expand financial inclusion and provide affordable credit to strengthen economic independence of women, particularly those in underserved areas. Madam President, the Beijing Declaration was never meant to be a promise written on paper. It was and remains a call to action. To mark the 30 years is not simply to look back with pride. It is to recommit with urgency. Our task now is to remove the remaining barriers, give women and girls equal voices and opportunity to ensure that progress we've made are irreversible. This commemoration must be more than remembrance. It must be renewal and it must be action, because when women rise, nations rise, and with them, humanity is lifted. In conclusion, Ghana stands firm in its commitment to a future where no woman or girl is left behind. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Ghana and now give the floor to Her Excellency Mahinur Özdemir Göktaş, Minister of Family and Social Services of Turkey.
Chair, distinguished participants, it's a pleasure to be with you at this meaningful gathering which aims to carry forward the legacy on the Fourth World Conference on Women. There is no doubt that the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action has been a global commitment beyond its time. This commitment reminds us that equality, justice, and peace in our societies can be achieved only through the empowerment of women. Although the progress achieved over the past 30 years in advancing women's participation is invaluable, challenges still remain. As our President, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan has stated, the 21st century, contrary to expectations, is increasingly turning into an age of crisis. In all crisis situations, women and girls bear the heaviest burden. Today, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is a clear example of this reality. It's not only a regional issue, but a global challenge for humanity. Delaying peace means more deaths and destruction every day. Active participation of women should be urged to build a peace which will end this crisis once and for all. On this occasion, I'll call upon all countries to take immediate and effective action to end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and to safeguard the right to life of all women and children. Dear participants, Turkey considers the empowerment of women as fundamental for social welfare. We build our social policies upon these understandings. We have developed the legal and institutional framework to promote the empowerment of women and girls. Our Women's Empowerment Strategy document and action plan is guiding of effort on this field. Comprehensive social service networks, incentives that facilitate women's participation in economic lives, and budgeting effort responsive to women-man equality are some of these concrete steps we have taken. We also have supported women entrepreneurs, cooperatives. In addition, we have contributed to enhancing women's digital and financial literacy skills through regulation, including the right to part-time work after childbirth and mandatory childcare services at place. A stronger balance between work and family has been ensured for women. We have achieved significant progress in women's participation in the labor force and their access to equal opportunities in all areas. The international community must develop new mechanisms to ensure the effective participation of women in peace progress, climate action, and digital transformation. As Turkey, we are determined to fulfill our responsibility in this regard. Turkey will continue its significant contribution to the work carried out in the international fora, in particular the UN. We stand ready to support every initiative that unlocks the potential of women and contributes to building more just and prosperous societies. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Turkey and now give the floor to Her Excellency Kristrún Frostadóttir, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland.
Excellencies, 30 years after the historic Beijing Conference and its groundbreaking declaration and platform for action, our commitments to full gender equality have yet to be fulfilled. We have made progress, but a gap remains between and within societies. We must continue to remind ourselves that equal societies are healthy and resilient societies. 30 years after Beijing, we see a backlash unfolding against hard-earned progress on human rights and gender equality. This is real and deeply concerning. Excellencies, I grew up with a female president, and I assumed as a young girl in Reykjavik that presidents were female. I knew nothing else. Role models matter, and what we normalize matters. In 1980, Icelanders democratically elected the world's first female president, a few years after a women's strike brought the country to a standstill. The rapid rise of women's political participation in Iceland made sure that policies such as universal childcare and shared parental leave were turned into reality. The norms changed when women moved into governing positions. The true victory, however, is that in Iceland, gender is not a decisive factor in public life anymore. What matters is that individuals serve with competence and integrity. I lead a coalition government where all three party leaders are women. The leader of the opposition is a woman, so is the president of Iceland and the Speaker of Parliament. Although this is historic, it doesn't feel abnormal to us. But Iceland is not perfect. Gender-based violence is of great concern, and the pay gap will remain while we continue to look at caretaking jobs as low-value jobs instead of what they really are, the backbone of our society. Excellencies, the burden is on all our shoulders to push for equality and change the norms across societies, so all children feel equal growing up and get equal opportunities, regardless of gender. Modern legislative action is key in areas such as childcare, labor market relations, parental leave, and LGBTQI rights. Let this Beijing 30th anniversary be a celebration of the success we have made, but also a reminder that we have a distance still to go. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Iceland and now give the floor to Her Excellency Pasowende Peliadje Kabore, Minister for Humanitarian Action and National Solidarity of Burkina Faso.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, distinguished delegates, in line with the Beijing Programme for Action, Burkina Faso has embarked on structural reforms with a view to sustainably improving living conditions and especially those of women. This commitment led us to strengthen the legal and institutional framework, as well as initiatives aimed at the socio-economic empowerment of women and ensuring their full participation in decision-making. Our actions have resulted in significant progress. For instance, in the area of education, there has been a significant increase in girls' enrollment rates across the board, with a growing number of women in higher education. In terms of health, free maternal health care services, an increase in the rate of assisted deliveries going from 83% to 92% between 2015 and 2023, as well as a subsidy for the treatment of women's cancer, have contributed to a significant drop in maternal mortality. In addition, the distances that need to be covered to access healthcare centres have been reduced. In terms of economic empowerment, our focus was better inclusion of women and girls in the agricultural and financial sectors. Women in these areas have thus benefited from public financing at preferential rates, covering at least 30% of the agricultural areas newly developed by the state. Between 2020 and 2024, more than 500,000 women benefited from loans from the Support Fund for Women's Income-Generating Activities for a total amount estimated at nearly $200 million. In governance, women's representation in Parliament and other decision-making bodies has improved significantly. Madam President, despite the efforts and the undeniable achievements, many challenges remain, especially due to the very difficult security context and the resulting forced displacement of populations. In response to this, Burkina Faso has adopted a national strategy for the recovery of internally displaced persons and host communities, integrating a gender-sensitive approach. In the medium and long term, my country intends to strengthen economic empowerment and women's entrepreneurship, intensify the fight against violence against women and girls, as well as harmful practices such as female genital mutilation, FGM, and forced early marriage. We're improving access to maternal and child health care, and we are also promoting women's access to decision-making and basic infrastructure. Fully convinced as we are of the essential role of the family as a vector for the transmission of values and as a lever for social transformation, our public policies will continue to place particular emphasis on the protection of the family as a guarantor of the development of women and girls. In conclusion, Madam President, my delegation will conclude. The Speaker's microphone has been cut off.
I thank the Minister of Burkina Faso, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Sean Sobers, Minister of Foreign Affairs and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago.
Chair, I thank the President of the General Assembly and UN Women for convening this meeting. Trinidad and Tobago has long advocated for a society where women and girls are empowered and promoted, and has consistently advocated for the removal of systematic barriers that inhibit inequality at home, in the workplace, and in the wider society. Today, we celebrate a momentous milestone, the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. This historic framework remains a beacon of hope and a call to action for achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls everywhere. This declaration has provided the catalyst for transformative change. It has driven policies that uplift women, amplify their voices, and champion their rights in education, health, leadership, and beyond. It has shown us that when women thrive, societies prosper. Today, my delegation is proud to be led by the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar of Senior Council, as this is exactly the vision she has for women in Trinidad and Tobago. Chair, as we commemorate this occasion and celebrate the progress to date, we also lament there are millions of women and girls that still face barriers limiting their potential. From wage gaps and gender-based violence to unequal access to opportunities, the challenges are real and urgent. Emerging global crises such as climate change, conflict, and technological divides further exacerbate these inequalities, demanding our unwavering focus and action. This commemoration is not just a celebration of the gains made thus far, but an urgent call to action for the work yet to be done. Chair, Trinidad and Tobago is of the view that the best way to honor the legacy of Beijing is to renew our commitment to the vision encompassed in the platform of action. Let us work together to dismantle systematic barriers and create a world where every woman and girl can live with dignity, freedom, and opportunity. Together, we can build such a world where gender equality is not just a goal, but a reality for all. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and now give the floor to Her Excellency Ruth Kwan-Sing Cross, Minister for Women, Youth, Sport and Social Affairs of Kiribati.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, may I extend warm Pacific greetings from the beautiful islands of Kiribati to the commemoration of 8 decades of achievements since the founding of the United Nations. As we mark 30 years of the Beijing Platform for Action, we echo sentiments shared by His Excellency Jeremiah Manele, Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands and Chair of the Pacific Islands Forum. As one blue Pacific continent, we stand united in strength and diversity, championing gender equality and social inclusion as core values of our shared identity. We know that Pacific women are not just shaping change, we are delivering it. Kiribati has crafted national policies and frameworks aimed at mainstreaming gender-responsive approaches across all sectors. We have taken decisive steps to institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting to ensure financial resources are allocated effectively, bolstering the capacity of our gender machinery to deliver meaningful results through economic empowerment. Through these mechanisms and more, we remain resolute in our shared commitment to eradicate the scourge of gender-based violence. We are encouraged by promising trends in Kiribati of increased representation of women in local governance, the public sector, and the judiciary. I stand here as one of 2 women ministers out of 5 women MPs to acknowledge that 10% is progress. All gains are a testament to the determination of Pacific women and a changing narrative that recognizes women not just as contributors, but as key to the Pacific's evolution and progress. Today, we reaffirm our call for stronger international solidarity to accelerate the full implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action. We urge the prioritization and scaling up of financial and technical assistance to support gender-responsive budgeting. We also call for enhanced knowledge sharing and capacity building, particularly to strengthen data collection and analysis tools that are vital for evidence-based policymaking. Given the disproportionate impacts of climate change on frontline countries like Kiribati, direct access to gender-responsive climate finance is imperative to effectively address the unique challenges that we face. Prioritizing women's economic empowerment in climate action is essential to building self-reliance and resilience in the face of climate impacts that disproportionately affect women and girls. Madam President, we recommit to ensuring the promises made are fulfilled to ensure women and children no longer bear the burden of unmet commitments. Kiribati stands ready to work better together with all partners to ensure the vision of Beijing is a promise that women and girls in all their diversity are empowered to live in peace, security, and
I thank the Minister of Kiribati and now give the floor to His Excellency Tani Mohamed Soilihi, Minister for la Francophonie and International Partnerships of France.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for France to participate in this event. 30 years ago in Beijing, we adopted a major commitment to make equality between men and women a universal reality. We have made progress in a number of areas. However, we have not yet attained the goals. Today, we have gathered at a time when the very principle of equality between men and women has experienced setbacks in many parts of the world. Nothing is ever given in terms of equality between men and women. Women and girls continue to be targeted by sexist and sexual violence, gender-based violence, including during armed conflict. This violence includes the use of rape as a weapon of war, and this has risen in incidents, and we call for armed groups to be held accountable. Respect for international law and international humanitarian law must be the collective compass, so to speak. Through the United Nations, mechanisms have been established for national capacity building to combat impunity. We call for these mechanisms to enjoy support and for them to be reinforced. We have a commitment which is stronger than ever before to women and girls' health. We have a feminist foreign policy, and through this year we launched our very first international strategies for feminist foreign policy for 5 years. Sexual and reproductive health and rights are a key pillar of this strategy. In supporting the bodily autonomy of women, France supports the work of the United Nations, UNFPA and UN Women. Women need to have ownership over their bodies and their choices and have access to political and public life. We are not talking about a minority, but about half of humanity. Women's participation in decision-making processes is a key democratic value and a key for stability and prosperity for all. This is why we encourage throughout the world women's participation at the highest levels, including at the UN. In terms of feminist diplomacy, we have adopted a robust commitment with robust measures and initiatives through the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. We also proactively support civil society with the French Support Fund for Feminist Organizations. And lastly, we support feminist organizations as they establish international projects, so the online laboratory for women's rights, including digital space. 30 years after the Beijing conference, France remains convinced of its importance. The microphone has been cut off.
The Minister of France, and now give the floor to Her Excellency Anita Anand, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Canada.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Good afternoon, friends.
We mark 30 years since the world came together in Beijing for the 4th World Conference on Women, where the world adopted the most ambitious blueprint ever for advancing the rights of women and girls. As we reflect on that moment, let us remember, l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes n'est pas un luxe, mais une
equality between men and women is not a luxury, but a necessity for our societies.
It is essential. For me, this anniversary is deeply personal. I stand on the shoulders of my mother, an immigrant woman and medical doctor from India, who came to a small rural town in Nova Scotia, Canada in the 1960s. In a place where few looked like her, she had to prove herself again and again. She raised 3 daughters to be strong, to work hard, to support each other, and to keep trying even in the most adverse circumstances. She lived the spirit of Beijing long before 1995. She believed in education, in health, and in the power of women to transform their communities. But my mother did not stand alone. My father believed in her and in us, his 3 daughters. He supported us as we pursued our paths, as women and as professionals, never doubting that our ambitions were valid, our talents real, and our futures worth investing in. His example showed us that gender equality is not only a woman's cause, it is a shared responsibility. We have made progress since Beijing, more women in leadership, stronger protections, better health outcomes. Yet women today still have to work twice as hard, to walk twice as far, to speak twice as loud, and to prove themselves twice over just to be seen, heard, and valued equally. Progress has not erased prejudice, and equality is still too often conditional. 30 years on, the message of Beijing calls us to act, to invest in women and girls, to change the norms that hold them back, and to ensure that no one is left behind. Aujourd'hui, j'honore.
Today, I honor the pathway of my parents in reaffirming our commitment. Equality is not a delayed dream. It is a pledge that we must honor. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Canada. Excellencies, distinguished participants. Oh, sorry. One more. Oh, I'm sorry. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica.
Madam President, Excellencies, 30 years ago in the city of Beijing, the international community made a historic pledge that the rights of women and girls would be fully recognized as human rights. We resolved to ensure that gender equality would be prioritized as central to peace, development, and democracy. Today, Jamaica stands proudly in reaffirming that commitment, determined to accelerate progress and to ensure that no woman or girl is left behind. Since 1995, Jamaica has moved to strengthen its national gender architecture. Our transition from a small women's affairs desk to a fully established Bureau of Gender Affairs is testament to this. Our overarching gender mainstreaming program is supported by specialized units addressing policy and research matters, sexual harassment, gender-based violence, provision of regional counseling and referrals, male engagement, and socioeconomic empowerment. Over the past 5 years in particular, we've enacted landmark legislation and implemented robust policies to advance gender equality, including stronger protection against domestic violence and sexual harassment. Our National Strategic Action Plan to eliminate gender-based violence in Jamaica for the period 2017 to 2027 has facilitated specific outcomes, and these include the establishment of government-run shelters, a national shelter unit, and a 24-hour gender-based violence helpline. We've also strengthened women's political leadership. Today, 30% of our parliamentarians and 1/4 of our cabinet are women. The establishment of a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians, a historic all-female sitting of parliament, and the fact that our judiciary at all levels now is comprised of primarily women, all stand as powerful symbols of Jamaica's belief in action that women must play an integral role in all aspects of leadership. Jamaica also remains active in fostering initiatives to amplify the voices of women, including in global diplomacy. As a small developing country, our achievements are significant, and we remain resolute about progress amidst long-standing challenges such as limited resources, persistent gender stereotypes, and sociocultural norms. We're all too aware of how easily progress can be reversed as a result of external shocks. We remain firmly committed to eliminating gender-based violence, expanding economic empowerment, and advancing gender-responsive climate action. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action remains a living blueprint for justice, equality, and sustainable development. On the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the founding of the UN and the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council resolution on women, peace, and security, is an opportune time for the international community to recommit with urgency and concrete actions to make the Beijing commitments a reality.
I thank the Minister. of Jamaica, Excellencies, distinguished participants, the high-level meeting of the General Assembly to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on Women will be suspended to facilitate the change of venue. The meeting will resume shortly in the Trusteeship Council chamber, where the plenary segment will continue with the remaining speakers on the list. I would like to ask participants to proceed directly to the Trusteeship Council chamber to resume the meeting in a timely manner. I thank you for your cooperation. The meeting is suspended.
You can start to see where certain types of weapons were employed, certain types of ammunition in those weapons, and the impacts that they had on people, on property.
Following the student-led protests in Bangladesh, it was the interim government itself that requested the deployment of a fact-finding mission to Bangladesh. The team visited hotspots, sites of protests, including universities. We also received more than 900 submissions from individuals.
In terms of expertise, we need traditional human rights experts and investigators who conduct interviews and look at the information received. We have zoomed in on certain key areas here. For example, we have a shooter and trying to triangulate and cross-check the information to see exactly what happened.
Understanding how the security forces themselves consider their roles and their functions and their powers in a crowd control situation is very important.
We have forensic pathologist who was able to go to hospitals to ascertain the mode of injury, the mode of death.
One of the key things, very wide use of shotguns for demonstration controls. The shotguns were aimed above the waist, the chest, and to the heads of the persons.
The testimonies and the evidence that we gathered paint a disturbing picture of rampant state violence, targeted killings that are among the most serious violations of human rights and which may also constitute international crimes.
These violations were carried out with the knowledge, coordination, and direction of the former political leadership and senior security officials, with the specific goal of suppressing the protests and keep the former government's grip on power.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate-impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Origins is the beginnings. It means the roots. Talk about people who have been forcibly taken away from the continent. Talking about where I was born, Nigeria, the culture I was raised in. So for me, this piece is drawing from the different symbols and different themes that have to do with the place I was born.
Good Trouble is an act of defiance. The piece behind me is titled Caribbean Olympics. The Haitian Revolution is the theme. By addressing the work through a swimming competition, in this case, Haiti's first, waving his hand in the air, symbolizing liberation and the first island to gain independence.
We're so excited to be here at the United Nations. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that's what the Stories of Us is all about. We believe that if we're going to make those ideals a reality, then we have to truly know each other, because we are our stories. We are the stories we hear, we are the stories we tell.
This year, we're going into the second decade for people of African descent. We also invited them as part of the Transatlantic Slave Trade and Slavery Outreach Program. It speaks to the origins of enslavement, and then it traces emancipation, those struggles that happened, and then it really lands in this area of asking us to reimagine the world that we want to live in with much more justice and
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to please take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to take your seats, please? Good afternoon. Microphones are on. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to please take your seats? Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all. My name is Shervin Bryce-Pease. I'm a correspondent for the South African Broadcasting Corporation here at the United Nations, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for the Sustainable Development Goals Moment 2025, taking place here in the ECOSOC chamber during the 80th UN General Assembly High-Level Week. And I think just by virtue of that introduction, let's give that moment a round of applause. Interpretation for the event is available in 6 official UN languages as well as International Sign Language. We also have a scribe, Miss Marsha Dunn, capturing today's discussion in a visual which you will see later in this event at the closing. The Secretary General will have to depart the event shortly after his intervention due to his hectic schedule during the General Assembly High-Level Week, but I assure you that I will remain for the duration of the event. Today's SDG moment marks a critical juncture. It is the midpoint of the decade of action, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and marks 5 years until 2030. Since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda in 2015, sustainable development has seen both progress and setbacks. most SDG targets are not on track. Today, we will be hearing from world leaders, civil society, women, youth groups, business, and persons with disabilities, who will speak about what we all need to do to keep the promise and share winning solutions to the challenges of sustainable development. A lot can happen in 5 years if we act together, right? Better together. We can build a more just, peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable world. It is now my pleasure to welcome on stage Ms. Salome Agbaroji. Salome is a Nigerian-American poet and youth activist and was the 2023 National Youth Poet Laureate of the United States of America. We are honored to have Salome here today to commence the 2025 SDG moment, and you now get to welcome Salome.
It's the year 2030. The children are gleeful and free, finding fun in planting trees. They shovel to make way for the seeds, and then the metal strikes something beneath. Reserves of an unknown present, a time capsule, memories of modern-day reverence. And on the container it says, "The hurt we hold, let's let the land carry. Bury our burdens, let time determine and adjust us. Let our doubts collect dust in the pursuit of justice." And as they're tucked deep in places that the sun can't reach, thus can never grow. Today, I want to make a time capsule that the children of the 30 will not understand. I hope hate speech reads like an ancient script that folks cannot decipher or decrypt. I hope that they see a picture of our bleached coral reefs and think that it must be a black and white photo. Let's make a time capsule that they couldn't understand. I hope they're perplexed by the sight of a bullet, that they see a gun's trigger and not even know to pull it. I hope they see a child's prosthetic and search for the rest of the doll, that they see protest less of an aesthetic and more like a call. I hope they will come across disease and trust the means to cure it and not drown in the now as we live in the current. I hope that they never understand the process of casing your hope in salt to increase its shelf life, to preserve it for generations. I hope they never understand the pulse of desperation to keep going and to carry on. In fact, let's tape a note to the front of the time capsule that says, "Open me when the people are confused as to how our world's resources are wasted and overused. Open me when the people are stumped as to how our luscious forests can be reduced to stumps. Open me when the people are finished with the tireless fighting and dividing and violence inciting." They will open this time capsule in the year 2030, and their confusion will be a testimony, not to ignorance, but to progress. And they will lower this capsule, which holds nothing of their interest, back into the ground and say, "The hurt that they held, let's let the land carry. Bury their burdens, because our actions today determine and adjust us as our doubts collect dust in the pursuit of justice. And in the cavity of the soil, they'll plant their seeds in the place where the sun cannot reach, but still manages to grow." Thank you.
Thank you, Salome, for such poignant verses that capture both the urgency and hope. We really appreciate your intervention today. Next, it is my honor to welcome the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to deliver his opening remarks.
Excellencies, honored guests, dear friends. We all know the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals. to build a fairer world where people and planet thrive, a world that leaves no one behind. But we also know that with just 5 years left, we still have a long way to go. Looking around the globe, it is not hard to see why. Conflicts rain destruction. Funding for development is drying up. And the climate crisis strikes blow after blow. And yet, even in this turbulent moment, we see signs of progress, hope, and opportunity. A record number of girls are in school, and graduation rates for all students are rising. Child mortality has declined, as has maternal mortality. HIV infections are falling. Electricity now reaches 92% of the global population, with the Asia-Pacific region on track to universal energy access. None of this progress is by chance. It is the result of deliberate decisions. Those and many other examples show how investing in development pays, and how the work of so many in government, civil society, women's organizations, youth movements, and the private sector are making a concrete difference. The question before us is, how do we expand and speed up progress? And the answer lies in the goals themselves, their strengths in their interconnectedness. Education advances gender equality. Climate stability strengthens food security. Fighting famine paves the way for peace. This matters because the SDGs follow the law of increasing returns. The further we get on each goal, the easier it becomes to achieve others. And momentum is building. This year saw strong outcomes at the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, the Financing for Development Conference in Sevilla, and the Food System Summit Stocktake in Addis Ababa. The coming World Summit for Social Development in Qatar and the UN Climate Conference in Brazil are opportunities for more speed and more scale. Dear friends, the SDGs dare us to imagine a better world. The exact path to reach it differs depending on national contexts. Small island developing states, landlocked developing countries, and least developed countries are all facing unique challenges and opportunities. But for all countries, some things remain the same. First, we must reform the global financial architecture. And that means delivering real debt relief, tripling the lending capacity of multilateral development banks, and ensuring developing countries have a greater influence in the institutions that govern their economic fate. Climate action must also take center stage. We must act immediately to keep the 1.5-degree goal within reach and harness the full potential of the renewables revolution. I look forward to all countries putting forward ambitious national climate plans, and for developed countries to honor their pledges on the loss and damage and adaptation. We must also prepare for technological transformation. New digital tools have the potential to supercharge sustainable development, but we need guardrails to ensure safety and inclusion, as well as financing to bridge digital divides. Excellence.
Your Excellencies, and in everything that we do, we must make peace a priority. In 2024, global military spending was 13 times official development assistance, and that is equivalent to the GDP of the entire African continent. In other words, this is not a question of resources, it's a question of choices, and that is why good governance is essential. The just and transparent institutions described in Goal 16 are vital to the 2030 agenda, and we must make strengthening them a priority. As the General Assembly commences this week, we will hear talk of targets and percentages. We must never forget that every percentage point, every fraction, every decimal point represents lives changed and lives saved. It's time to intensify our efforts to achieve the 2030 agenda. We must regroup, recommit, and refocus. We must keep the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for those remarks and for convening us today. Next, please join me in welcoming to the stage the President of the General Assembly, Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock.
10 years ago, world leaders gathered here at the United Nations and made audacious commitment to transform our world through sustainable development. 17 goals, just a number, 17. But one promise, to leave no one behind, absolutely no one. Where do we stand with 5 years to go until 2030? As the Secretary General has said, certainly we made some progress. Child mortality has been halved compared to the start of the millennium. Clean energy now generates more than 40% of the world's electricity, part of an urgently needed shift to renewables. Nearly 1 billion people have gained access to safe drinking waters since 2015. Social protection now reaches over half of humanity, up from less than 43% a decade ago. These are not abstract gains. They matter. They matter to the children in sub-Saharan Africa who survive their 5th birthday, to the families in South Asia who drink from a tap instead of contaminated rivers, to parents in Latin America who can send their children to school because social protection spares them the choice between food and fees. Every life improved matters. Every life saved matters. However, we hear some people speaking about the goals as if they were just abstract numbers, 1 and 7, and not real lives. And this is why, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we should not wonder that we are not moving as fast as we should on the foundational promises of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is why we have to speak out to those who are trying to get rid of these numbers, the 17 goals. And this is why, in today's world, people are still being left behind. We are falling far short of our ambitions, and our stalled progress has yet to recover from the blow dealt by the COVID-19 pandemic. Only 35% of the SDGs are on track. Nearly half, 47%, are seeing insufficient progress. 18% have gone into even reverse. The financial picture is equally stark. At a moment of rising need, net official development assistance fell by 7.1% last year. Meanwhile, developing countries paid a record of $1.4 trillion just to service external debt in 2023. That had been funded for solar panels. This money could have been used for expanded healthcare, for schools. The gap towards 2030, our challenge, is not a lack of solutions. It's a lack of political will, sometimes intentionally. It's a lack of resources. Achieving the SDGs requires investments, political and financial investments. And therefore was an important moment that member states reaffirmed in the Seville commitment last June that closing financing gaps is essential. Vulnerable countries must have access to concessional financing to build infrastructure and uphold the rights of their people. This includes not only least developed countries such as Mozambique, where much of the population still lacks clean water and struggles with basic necessities, but also nations deemed middle income by GDP despite their acute vulnerabilities. Small island developing states like the Maldives confronting rising seas that threaten their very territory. And landlocked nations like Mongolia, where harsh winters and advancing desertification undermine food security. All of them need the financial support required to secure their future. But they also need support to protect themselves from the climate crisis. Loss and damage must be addressed to those who lose their homes or livelihoods, who bear the costs alone. Energy transition must be fair, protecting both workers and towns as we move away from fossil fuels. And ecosystems must be restored, because without healthy forests, rivers, and reefs, there's no foundation for life. Development will only be fair and sustainable if it makes space for voices too often ignored. And if we combine our efforts and show solidarity with each other, let us act with the understanding that the 2030 agenda is not beyond reach. Let us generate the necessary political will and the financial resources. Yes, 5 years' time is not much time. But if we need, we can proceed with urgency and solidarity. If we can act with the conviction that we are truly better together, we can still shape a better future. Or as Salome has said in her wonderful poem, let us build the time capsule for our children, filled with dignity and justice, for every person in every community, in a world where no one is left behind. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Excellency. Allow me, before I continue, just to take a moment of personal privilege. Look around the room. Look around the room. It's packed. It's not a seat empty. Standing room, hardly standing room at the back there. And while the buzz in this building today is about a two-state solution conference, and I do not want to diminish that, the importance of that event, development matters. It's evidenced by how packed this room is today, so congratulations to all of you for showing up for the SDGs and for development today. I think it speaks to its importance. Congrats. Now let's take a look at some key highlights from the SG's annual report on SDG progress. The 2025 report highlights how change is possible and areas that need decisive action from all of us to reach the 2030 goalpost. On the screen. Okay. With that update on the state of play, it is now my honor to invite the distinguished panel of world leaders who are turning the ambition and aspiration of the 2030 agenda into action, and I want to welcome them onto the stage. Please help me welcome Her Excellency Mrs. Ntembo Nandi Ndaitwa, President of the Republic of Namibia, who might be running a bit late, so I might have to introduce her again. His Excellency Mr. Michael Martin, TD Taoiseach of Ireland, and Her Excellency, Ms. Hilda Hein, the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. And please welcome, or she's already jumped the gun, please welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Amina Mohammed, United Nations Deputy Secretary General, who will moderate today's SDG Moment high-level panel discussion. Over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, New York. I don't hear you. It's great to have everyone around, and thank you very much for joining us today. It is special. It's 80 years on, but it's also 5 years to the SDGs, and so a real pleasure to have the President of the Marshall Islands and the Taoiseach of Ireland with us. Of course, President of Namibia will join us. Thank you for being with us today. The Secretary General left, but not without saying and reminding us that progress never happens by chance. It happens because leaders make deliberate choices, and what we need to focus on today is just that. But he also reminded us that the SDGs are interconnected, and success in one goal really creates some momentum across all the others. So if I'm a diehard for Goal 5 and gender, without the investments in gender, all other 16 won't make it. So it really is an interconnected agenda. Today we're going to hear about the examples of this momentum and how governments are making those deliberate choices and how they're speeding up the progress towards the 2030 agenda. It is also a moment for leaders to speak honestly about the headwinds, and there certainly are a number of them. The political tensions that we feel in the world today are impacting everyone. But this is a storm, and we will navigate it, and we've got a pretty good compass in the SDGs, and that's where we're at, and we're really quite thrilled to have over 150 heads of state and government in the United Nations, and that means that this town hall is still working. Now let's turn to the leaders who are putting these choices into practice and hear how they're keeping the promise of the SDGs. And let me start with the President of the Marshall Islands, President Hilde Hein. Thank you. The Marshall Islands are a powerful voice for showing the world how ocean, climate, and biodiversity are inseparable. In many ways, you've been the world's conscience on climate change, sounding the alarm for nations most at risk from rising sea levels and showing how the world of ocean, climate, and biodiversity are inseparable. Yet as we speak, these are among the goals lagging furthest behind, especially in small island developing states. And so our question today is, how is the Marshall Islands turning the commitments that were made in Antigua and Barbuda, Agenda for SIDS, the ABAS, how are they making also the Nice Declaration into concrete actions to protect your people and build a resilient future?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and thank you also for the opportunity to share in this panel this afternoon. I will address your question by speaking to the case of small island developing states and how we're dealing with some of these issues, some of the trying to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'll speak first on ocean and how we're doing. I mean, that's a very important topic for small island developing states, as you know. For us, oceans aren't just another sector. They're a defining feature of our countries, economies, and cultures. For the Marshall Islands, we're more than 99% ocean. So that means we rely very closely on the ocean for food security, for economic growth, for our culture and identity. To translate this to SDG perspective, this isn't just relevant to SDG 8 on oceans, but oceans will impact many other targets and goals. Some of our key ocean goals include strengthening enforcement to reduce illegal fishing on our waters and surrounding high seas pockets. Another one is securing further arrangements or agreements with distant fishing nations on sustainable practices and limits. Another one is on championing support for small island developing states on boosting our marine management capacity for our vast EEZ. Here we are not only ensuring our food security, but as a major source of global tuna stocks, we are contributing to world food security. We need to return to the drawing board and build the political will necessary to end global plastic pollution, whether through a treaty or other means, and to implement the PB&J treaty as it enters into force. Like oceans, climate change poses impacts and challenges across the development spectrum. But for small island developing state, and our case as an atoll nation with no higher ground, climate change remains an outsized challenge. This is why AOSIS and small island states have always strongly emphasized the need for a global spotlight on climate. One of the most important ongoing challenges to address is the need for more effectiveness and access from larger international finance sources. In parallel, we are advancing efforts at the IMO to drive a just and equitable transition in the transportation sector, linking this work directly to climate action through practical, inclusive solutions and reflect the realities of small island states. These efforts are guided by SV Juranai, our wind and solar power sustainable sea transport vessel. The Oceans Conference is vital in keeping and building international strategies. We're glad that we were able to participate in the last one in Nice. And it builds momentum towards sustainable strategies needed to better protect and sustainably use the world's primary common resource, which we all share. That's our ocean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and just reminding us that these agreements that we have, they're all about us trying to get our mitigation goal right. And so therefore, the conference that we will have of the parties in Brazil will be important for the nationally determined contributions, our NDCs, to really align with 1.5 degrees. The rising sea levels would then begin to be mitigated. But also to say it's also about plastics. It's about the way we are all consuming in this world and what it contributes to the pollution of the oceans. Tisok, Michael, Martin, over to you. Ireland knows what it means to build peace step by step. Around the world, conflict is eroding decades of SDG progress, and nations are spending more money on weapons today than in any point of history. So how is Ireland drawing on its own experience of reconciliation, an advocate for peace, and why does its steadfast commitment to development cooperation matter in keeping the promise of the goals?
First of all, thank you very much indeed. And we have used and endeavoured to apply the lessons of the Irish peace process. People may not recall, but we had about 25 years of violence, particularly in Northern Ireland, which overlapped into the Republic of Ireland and into the United Kingdom. Terrible atrocities were carried out. It was a lot of hate, a lot of bitterness, but we managed to develop a peace process. And the most fundamental aspect or ingredient for peace is political will on all parties at the table. And we have endeavoured to help other conflict areas around the world, building on the lessons that we have learned. And no one conflict situation is the same, and I would acknowledge that there are conflict areas that are perhaps more complex, but I would say to people, 26 years after the peace in Northern Ireland, we are still working on reconciliation. And only last week, the United Kingdom government and the Irish government agreed a framework to deal with the legacy of the conflict in a sustained way in terms of giving closure to the families of victims on all sides. So a peace process doesn't end with the signing of the agreement. It is enduring, and you have to keep working at it. And reconciliation takes a lot of hard work, day in and day out, to build understanding. We've participated in the peace process in Mozambique. We have people in Colombia working with the Colombian government in terms of the peace process there. We're mainly peacekeepers, so we've been in Lebanon for quite a long time as part of UNIFIL, as part of the UN mission there. We've been in Chad and Liberia down through the decades. So we've been in many parts of the world as peacekeepers. But increasingly, we're there to try and help, if we can, to share our knowledge and experience in terms of conflict resolution. In terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, the most fundamental problem we have right now, our challenge is we need to reassert multilateralism. And I take your point that all the world, the vast majority of leaders are here, which is a good thing. But we have alternatives beginning and developing around us, let's be honest. We have seen very significant, consistent attempts to undermine the multilateral order, and the UN as well, and UN bodies. So what we try and do in our own development program is to be a predictable source of finance to countries and to the UN agencies so that they can plan appropriately, so that we can avoid shocks in terms of funding allocation, so that the agencies within the UN have a fair idea what Ireland will be able to allocate to them next year and the year beyond, and increase. Now, we've been in a position, thankfully, that we can increase our aid on an annual basis. But that we've come around to the view that that predictability is very important, so that people can plan and be more efficient then in how they do things. And we have worked with the poorest countries in sub-Saharan Africa in terms of development aid. Ireland experienced a famine in the middle of the 19th century, in 1845. It effectively halved our population. And it is only now, in 2025, that Ireland has recovered to its pre-famine population of 1845. That's how long it has taken. But that has had an impact in our approach to world hunger and famine. It's why Irish people are appalled at the man-made famine and catastrophe in Gaza right now. It's why we have a very strong, and if I dare I say, sophisticated food system approach to enabling countries who are furthest behind to develop sustainable food systems. We were an agricultural country, we still are, but we've developed technology and so on. So we believe in the food area, in developing, food systems that are sustainable for many communities around the world. Strategically, equality for women and girls is a central part of our overall global development framework. And we work with people as opposed to trying to tell people how to do things. So we work with the small island developing states. We have developed a strategy in our development program for small island development states, but we did that in collaboration with the small island states, developing states, asking them, you identify for us what are the immediate needs and so forth. And then what lessons can we learn from our engagement with others. And I think that's the more sustainable approach, I think, to reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have that commitment because of our past experiences, particularly on the hunger side. And education, we do a lot of good work, if I say so, on education. And you can see 100 million people have access to, additional people have access to education. Why? Because in our own culture and history, there was times when Irish people couldn't access education. And the story of modern Ireland is education and mass participation in education. And it's been a transformation over 60 years, which has enabled us to be strong economically and societally. And so we are passionate about giving people access to education and doing what we can in that area, and health services as well. They're the kind of key thematic priorities. Sorry if I've gone a bit too long, but we approach it thematically, strategically. We have clear goals, but we believe in predictability of funding, certainty, and so that people can plan accordingly.
Thank you very much for sharing that. I think we'll all remember that this institution was born out of a war, and that wars and conflicts just don't pay. What pays is to invest in development, and when we don't, and you shared that with us with the famine, it can have impacts on generations to come. And I think this is where our Pact for the Future really asked us to look about what we do today and the impact it has on future generations. So thank you for sharing that with us. President Hunt, you're the first woman to lead a country in Micronesia and the first person to earn a doctorate in the Marshall Islands. You've not only been an educator, but also a climate activist. Why is activism so important in driving sustainable development and the SDGs forward? You've got a lot in the audience that are looking for some guide there as to how they leave these halls and we continue to bring activism to get those SDGs in the next 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. And I think just to go directly to why it is important to be activist. I mean, I didn't start out being an activist, but in the course of the work and trying to deal with the issue of climate change, you know, as you know, it's been a long road coming so many years to now, and we still haven't reached where we need to reach as far as climate change. And so for us, if we don't do it, who is going to do it? I mean, we're like 2 meters above sea level. And we're living the effects of climate change every day. And so for us, you know, we made a commitment to go into the international community and advocate for our future. Otherwise, it's leaving it to chance and letting other people decide our future for us. And although we're not contributing to emission level, we still have to take part, to take leadership in making sure that we're going after our energy sources using renewable energy, turning our shipping fleet into ships that uses solar energy and wind. So we're doing the best we can do to show, to show example that it can be done and that all of us need to take part to make changes in climate change, for example. So I think it's a matter of importance for us. We cannot leave it to chance. We have to take ownership of the solution as well as convincing the world about our where we're at and the need for the world to commit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's all about we the people, and that's certainly what the Charter espouses for us all. It isn't just about your advocacy for what the world needs to do, but everyone standing up to be counted. And we appreciate that the SDGs are that, we say that's our compass, that's our way forward. But turning to you, Tisoc, on a personal level, what motivates you to lead Ireland to use its voice and partnerships to defend multilateralism, but also to show that global solidarity is not just a principle of the past, but a pathway forward?
Well, I suppose at a very fundamental level, I became involved in politics at a young age to try and change things for the better in my own local community, then nationally, and as a national leader globally. And as a small island state, Ireland sees the multilateral system as our ultimate security guarantor. That's what guarantees our security. If might is right, and if big, large powers think they can invade your neighbor, then we don't have security. And so we're passionate about multilateralism. But we have also seen that multilateralism works and can work spectacularly in so many areas of human endeavor. And notwithstanding, at times we become very pessimistic in terms of progress and so on, enormous progress has been made. On climate, we've come a long way, not fast enough maybe, but we have come a long way from where we were 2 or 3 decades ago. In terms of education, participation, we've come a long way. And in terms of food and so on, we've come a long way, but we've a lot more to do. But we made that progress because of multilateralism. People pooling resources, people working together will achieve a lot more. It's a very basic principle. It works. Challenges today that there's quite a number of significant powers who don't believe in multilateralism and are seeking to undermine it. So I think actually within the UN and within amongst ourselves here, we do have to think afresh as to how we counteract this growing sort of skepticism or undermining of multilateralism. There is an obligation on us to sort of cry halt. You know, we believe in this, and we're going to. We need to reassert ourselves in terms of the primacy of multilateralism in the world, and not shrink back from articulating fundamental principles in respect of sovereignty, territorial integrity, the dignity of every people, of every person and the dignity of nations and peoples. And I think that's something at times we can drift into a certain fatalism or resignation. There's nothing we can do. Well, actually, there is a lot we can do, and we just need to keep at it.
Thank you. Fighting for the courage of our convictions, and it's a personal, but it's also collective for many of us. And I think that when we see the Charter or multilateralism being undermined, it's not so much how much of the resources are being withdrawn from different pots, whether it's development or it is the UN itself. It really is about the principles, it's about the values, it's about the institutions that do help us to create the systems that are needed for health, for education, for jobs that are decent and that people can live a life of dignity. Thank you for sharing that. Well, we have got 2 ministers who would like to join this conversation. So if I may shout out for the Minister for Jacques Assou from Côte d'Ivoire.
La Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As was recalled by both the panelists, less than 10 years after their adoption, fewer than 20% of the SDGs are on the right path to be reached. Extreme poverty continues to threaten many people, and many continue to suffer from hunger. In this context, this event, my country, Côte d'Ivoire, welcomes the holding of this flagship event on the SDGs organized on the margins of the 80th session of the General Assembly. Côte d'Ivoire is well aware of the difficulties that we face in meeting these goals. So what we've done is that we have reduced our poverty rate that has fallen from 51% in 2011 to less than 40% in 2019. We have provided access to electricity for more than around 80% of the population. We have set up compulsory schooling, improved school performance rates, and launched important projects such as solar panel parks and others. However, we continue to face challenges: youth inequality, youth unemployment, social inequality, climate change, among others. That's why we have taken a strategy to speed up our achievement of the SDGs in our development plan. This is focused on the energy transition, food security, water, sanitation, and mobilizing innovative financing. This is a struggle that is common to many. No country can meet these challenges alone. Côte d'Ivoire stands determined to continue on this path towards inclusive, lasting, resilient development, and we call on all states for a renewed global partnership to keep the promise that we made to our future generations. Thank you.
Thanks. Excellence, thank you for sharing with us the advancements that Côte d'Ivoire has made. Of course, we still have to get to 2030, and we do need to accelerate on a number of issues in West Africa. We are pursuing much with you on the energy transitions and also the fight against climate change. Thank you. I do have another Excellency, Honourable Kenya Barclay, the Minister of Planning and Economic Development for Sierra Leone.
Thank you and good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Sierra Leone stands with the international community to accelerate delivery on the 2030 agenda. At this SDG moment, I will briefly want to share 4 selected evidence-based results from our national efforts in 4 areas to leave no one behind. And these were the 4 areas that our President, who is unavoidably absent, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, would have presented. First, on nutrition education, our national and partner-supported school feeding interventions have reached hundreds of thousands of children. In 2022, approximately 486,000 primary school children in Sierra Leone were receiving school meals, and primary enrollment was recorded at around 2.7 million pupils, an essential foundation for improving and retention in learning. The other area, access to justice. Our Legal Aid Board has been scaled up as a government-funded frontline justice service. Independent analysis reports the board assisted some 150,000 people in 2023, two-thirds of whom were women and girls, demonstrating the practical reach and cost-effectiveness of nationally funded legal aid. These services have reduced catastrophic legal costs for vulnerable households and have strengthened social inclusion. Thirdly, on domestic financing for SDGs, our integrated national financing framework and pilot initiatives in revenue mobilization have strengthened our tax administration and local revenue collection. The fourth area, on accountability and recovery of public assets. Our Anti-Corruption Commission has made recoveries that are publicly reported and being redirected to service delivery. Madam Moderator, Excellencies, these results in nutrition for children, legal protection, and for the vulnerable, strengthened domestic finance, and concrete asset recoveries, amongst a range of others, are not incidental. They are the product of policy choices, scaling domestic solutions, partnering strategically with UN and other development partners, the private sector and civil society, and applying public financial reforms for the long term. Sierra Leone remains committed to using these hard-won gains to accelerate progress on education, gender equality, health, and governance. We call on partners to continue to support countries to scale proven solutions and to back national systems that mobilize domestic resources and deliver results for the people. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister, for sharing the importance of the focus on the policies that you need to take, but connecting them to domestic resources, and we hope creating that enabling environment for further investments. But focus on education is particular in Sierra Leone, and congratulations on thousands of girls that you have got back into school, and many of those dropouts that had a second chance. Incredible work. Before I turn to the lightning round with our two guests, is there anyone in civil society or a young person at the back there who has a reflection? So don't say we didn't create space. Okay, there's a lady standing up there. Please take the floor. We can hear you. What's your name?
My name is Alan Krita Dayal, and I am one of the representatives in the UN Major Group for Children and Youth. And on behalf of youth, I just wanted to applaud and recognize all of the achievements that we've been able to accomplish over the last 10 years in terms of our SDG goals. And there's definitely so much more work that we need to accomplish now. And the fact that we have so many folks from different aspects of society, youth, civil society, UN delegates, governments, all together in this room right now is just an incredible feat that we can come together and have this conference and speak about all of these different topics and how they intersect with all our different aspects of society. So really appreciate that we have this session here today and that we have this whole week to be able to reflect and think about how can we further scale our accomplishments. So thank you on behalf of all of the youth.
Thank you very much for just demonstrating when your space is given, the youth fill it. So thank you for that. And I can see our youth envoy. Am I good? Am I good? Really, no, thank you very much. And as I turn to the lightning round on how we keep the promises of the SDGs, there's civil society. We said at the SDGs, leave no one behind. So perhaps I could turn to you, Tisok, and ask, what's the message for this audience that they would amplify and take out of these halls, and how we keep the promise of the SDGs?
I think the message is, based on the progress that has been made in so many areas, it proves to us that we can actually do it, but we need to reassert and recommit with conviction to make strides in attaining the SDGs and the goals by 2030. So it really is about political will, re-energizing ourselves to go out there and do it, because we do have the models, we do know how to do it. And perhaps in terms of the timeline, the utilization of technology could be an accelerator towards the achievement of quite a significant number of goals. And that's something we should probably factor in to the next 5 years.
So advocate with your politicians. Courage of conviction for the activism that we need, but try using technology. And I know many of the young people in this room, day in, day out, use that, but let's also give a shout out for agencies like ITU, without which we wouldn't have the cell phones that we can go out and do that. To you, President Hein, same question. What do we need to do to keep the promise of the SDGs?
Well, thank you. I think we need to continue the commitments that we started and establish a stronger partnership to move the SDGs forward. We've done great work, although we're not there yet, but I think with persistence and commitment, we will get there. So thank you, everyone.
So partnerships, don't give up. The journey's not done yet. And we can see the Marshall Islands have been on that path for a long way and haven't given up. And I hope every one of you will go through this week harvesting what you can do, the partnerships that we can put together, the momentum that we can create, the collective action for trying to get the promise of the SDGs done by 2030. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for being such a great audience.
Thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Excellencies, DSG, for that compelling discussion. Your insights are very inspiring, and the examples here will inspire us to take this work forward. Let's bring the lectern back. It is now my distinct honor to introduce our next speaker. If I could ask the panelists to please take their seats. It is my distinct honor to introduce our next speaker, Her Majesty and SDG advocate, Queen Mathilde of the Belgians.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my field visits as SDG advocate to Bangladesh, Ivory Coast, and Costa Rica with HCR, UNICEF, WHO,
Bien. La 5e séance plénière.
The 5th plenary meeting of the High-Level International Conference for the Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine and the Implementation of the Two-State Solution is resumed. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished heads of state and government, ministers, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, Your Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege for me to co-chair alongside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia this conference in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 79/81 dated 3rd December 2024. We wish to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Allow me now to deliver some opening remarks.
Madame la Présidente de
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen. We've gathered here because the time has come. The time has come to free the 48 hostages detained by Hamas. The time has come to stop war, the bombing in Gaza, the massacres and the fleeing people. The time has come because there's a pressing urgency everywhere. The time for peace has come because we're just a few moments away from no longer being able to seize peace. This is why we have gathered here today. Some might say it's too late. Others might say it's too early. But one thing is certain. We can no longer wait. In 1947, this assembly decided on the splitting of mandatory Palestine across two states, a Jewish state and an Arab state, thus recognizing the right of each of them to self-determination. The international community granted to the state of Israel at last fulfilling the destiny of this people after millennia of roaming and persecution, and Israel founded a beautiful democracy there. The promise of an Arab state to date remains unfulfilled. Since then, there's been a long path of hope and despair intertwined, which Israelis and Palestinians have gone down, each in their own way. We have walked alongside them, each of us in keeping with our history and our sensibilities. But the truth is that we bear a collective responsibility for, to date, having failed to build just and lasting peace in the Middle East. This is what became evident to us on the 7th of October 2023, when the Israeli people suffered the worst terrorist attack in its history. 1,224 men, women, and children killed, 4,834 men, women, and children injured, 251 men, women, and children taken hostage. The cruelty of Hamas and all those who collaborated in this massacre dumbfounded Israel and astounded the world. The 7th of October remains an open wound for the Israeli soul and for our universal conscience. We condemn it unequivocally because nothing, never, nowhere can justify having recourse to terrorism. Minds go out and hearts go out to the victims and their families. We've expressed our compassion to all Israelis and first and foremost demand for all hostages still held by Hamas to be freed unconditionally. The French paid tribute to the 51 French men and women assassinated on that day and all other victims of October 7th. We will never forget them. Never. Just like we will never stop the existential fight against anti-Semitism. The French people know the sting of terrorism, and our hearts remember the expression of the bonds of brotherhood following the terrorist attacks committed in Paris on the 7th of January 2015, when dozens of foreign leaders were in the ranks of those offering their sympathies, among which the Israeli Prime Minister and the President of the Palestinian Authority. We know that you cannot show weakness in the face of terrorism, but we also know the perils of endless wars. We know that right must always prevail over might. We know from our own history that a universal commitment to peace is the legacy of centuries gone by and the only way towards salvation. And on behalf of our friendship with Israel, our commitment to which has never faltered in the name of our friendship with the Palestinian people, for whom we want the initial promise of the UN Charter to be fulfilled, we want two states living side by side in peace and security to become a reality. However, currently Israel is further extending its military operation in Gaza with the stated objective of destroying Hamas. But there are hundreds of thousands of people who have been displaced, injured, famished, traumatized. Their lives are still being destroyed. Although Hamas has been considerably weakened, and despite the fact that negotiations on a permanent ceasefire are the surest means of ensuring the release of hostages, nothing justifies the ongoing war in Gaza. Nothing. On the contrary, everything compels us to definitively end it, since we didn't do it earlier. We must do this to save lives. The lives of Israeli hostages detained in atrocious conditions, the lives of hundreds of thousands of Palestinian civilians who are tormented by hunger, suffering, the fear of dying, mourning for their loved ones. We must save all lives, because for almost 2 years now, it is the denial of the humanity of the other and the sacrifice of human life which have prevailed. Yes, since the 7th of October, it is the life of the other that is being denied. We've been saying this since the first day of the war in Gaza. A life is a life. I know this because I held in my arms the families of hostages I met in Tel Aviv and in Paris. I'm thinking of the mother of Eata David, a hostage who was famished and displaced. I'm thinking of Nimrod Cohen, a 19-year-old hostage whose father I just met. I also know this because I was at the bedside of the Palestinian victims of Israeli military operations, refugees in Al Arish, women and children. I will never forget the way they looked at me. I know this because I met young people from Gaza who we are hosting in France. I'm thinking of Rida Baroud, who today continues to bear witness to the distress of her loved ones in Gaza. A life is a life. We are duty-bound, all of us, to protect each other. This duty is indivisible, just as our common humanity is indivisible. There is a solution, a way of breaking the cycle of war and destruction. It lies in the recognition of the other, of his and her legitimacy, humanity, and dignity. We must reopen our eyes and see human faces there where war has deposited the mask of the enemy or the marks of a target. We must recognize that Palestinians and Israelis are living in twin solitude. The solitude of the Israelis following of the 7th of October 2023 and the solitude of Palestinians. Palestinians at their wits' end in the face of this ceaseless war. The time has come, because the worst could still come to pass. The sacrifice of more civilians, the expulsion of the people of Gaza to Egypt, the annexation of the West Bank, the death of hostages detained by Hamas, or facts on the ground which could irreversibly change the situation there on the ground. This is why, this is the very reason that today, here in this chamber, we must pave the way for peace, because since July of last year, developments have accelerated. And at this point, we have reason to fear that the Abraham Accords, the Camp David Accords, could be called in question by Israel, and that peace would become impossible for a long time yet in the Middle East. It thus falls to us this historic responsibility. We must do everything within our power to preserve the very possibility of a two-state solution. Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. The time has come. This is why, true to the historic commitment of my country to the Middle East, to peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, this is why I declare that today France recognizes the state of Palestine.
Cette reconnaissance.
This recognition is a way of affirming that the Palestinian people is not a people too many. On the contrary, this is a people who never says goodbye to anything, as Mahmoud Darwish said. A people with a strong history, roots, and dignity. The recognition of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people takes nothing away from the rights of the people of Israel, who France supported from day one, and to the respect of which it is staunchly committed. This is why we're so convinced that this recognition is the only solution that will allow for Israel to live in peace. France has never wavered standing by Israel's side, even when its security was at stake, including when there were Iranian airstrikes. This recognition of the state of Palestine is a defeat for Hamas, just like for all those who foment anti-Semitism, nurture anti-Zionist obsessions, and who want the destruction of the state of Israel. This recognition by France goes hand in hand with others which will be announced today, and I thank them: Andorra, Australia, Belgium, Canada, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco, Portugal, the United Kingdom, San Marino. They are here today. They answered our call issued in July and took the responsible choice, the necessary choice, the choice to opt for peace.
To be a bird, like why have to be a one spectrum or one box?
This is Maze, who told us their personal story of pain and feeling compelled to leave home.
I was raped at my home only, so I do not feel like मुझे घर वापस भी जाना है कभी.
Thankfully, Maze found a home here at Gary McGraher and now hopes to study law to help others going through similar struggles. The wheels of change have been slow to turn, but they are turning.
It's not like, 10 years ago where we were so clueless and we only thought we are good enough to beg and, do sex work or do some kind of a job where our dignity and respect is compromised every time and we are seen as lesser human beings. So I'm happy these people, have their dreams and they want to make it happen.
We visit a club in South Delhi as preparations are underway for South Asia's largest inclusive literary festival. It honours the voices, stories and creative expressions of people from the LGBTQ+ community. Founder Sharif Rangnekar tells us why such festivals are important.
That there was a global homophobia project which made sure that we are not part of literature, we are not part of history, we are not part of poetry, we are not part of education, and so the need to sort of reclaim that space has been the the base on which we're trying to build this festival.
With more than 80 events, including discussions, films and theatre, the festival is now in its third year. Hundreds from the LGBTQ+ community attend. But activists fear that despite progress, not all the change is real due to pinkwashing.
So all corporates want to spend during the month of Pride because the return of investment is high. Now, we exist through the year. And I think that sort of seems to be forgotten.
But some organisations are committed to change year-round. This five-star hotel in the heart of Delhi prides itself on being inclusive. Many from the LGBTQ+ community are employed here in various roles.
My name is Shruti. My pronouns are she and her. I identify myself as a trans woman and I work in a reservations department.
My name is Nikhil. My pronouns is he, him. I identify trans man and I working in laundry department.
My name is Ruchi. I am a trans woman and I am in a security department in the Lalit Hotel.
Mohil Sharma identifies as a transgender man. He too has broken barriers to reach where he is today. But it wasn't easy. His experience at school was especially difficult.
I got bullied in my school a lot because of the way I walk, because the way I carry myself, because of my haircut also. The turning point of my life in my school, that when I got my periods the first time, just because I thought this is the thing which reminds me every month for at least for a week that I am a girl, I am a girl, I am a girl.
Along with the confusion and trauma of his gender identity, Mohil Sharma had to shoulder the responsibility of supporting his family. But life changed when he got a job at the Lalit Hotel Group.
When I was here, I never felt like that I am a different person. They all always treat me like I am as a human, as a normal human person.
Mohil Sharma has begun a new life. But for hundreds of others, problems with identity and with getting a decent job remain. It will take more than individual companies embracing transgender people. Change has to start within families, the education system and the whole of society, of which transgender people are a part.
This week, our global queen comes from Spain.
I can see their smile, their happiness, how they feel empowered when they start to walk, and that makes me feel so proud of all the work we have done, of all the journey towards getting this moment. It's an emotional moment for me. My name is Elena García Armada. We are in Madrid, Spain, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Marse Bionics, a company that develops exoskeletons for gait rehabilitation. These are like robotic suits that are worn by a kid that is unable to walk because of a disease. The exoskeleton is made up of mechanical parts, electronical parts, and also motors. And with the help of the device, the kid not only is able to walk, but also to play, to feel better, to feel stronger, and therefore it's like a best friend for the kid. I have been a scientific researcher for almost 25 years, and that was my one and only vocation. However, during the last 11 years, I have built up a company, brought up a team of almost 50 talented personnel, and I have led the company towards being a reference in robotic pediatric rehabilitation internationally. I'm really proud of this big journey. I really didn't get real finance from investors until we got CE marking of the device and clinical results and, of course, sales. Until that time, there was 10 years in this journey. I wasn't able to quit because there were some families that already were engaged with our project, with our technology, children that were making progress. So standing up again and again and again after each barrier, its difficulty. My mother always said that when I had something to do, when I had or homework or anything that was an objective, something I had to do, I never stopped until I finally end with this work. So yes, when I have a goal, I push forward until I get it. My role model has been my mother. She has been a scientist, and she has been the most important person leading my life. However, there are other women in other areas of society, not only in engineering, that I follow. And one of these women is Angela Merkel. Angela Merkel is an example of humility, of resilience, and integrity, and intelligence. And all these are qualities that I really follow in leaders. I believe they are important.
Venga, vamos arriba, vamos arriba, vamos arriba. ¡Y dentro!
My message to the community is, please be open to the rise of technology. So technology comes as a friend, as a tool to allow the human being to improve their quality of life, their quality of work. So technology is not replacing the human beings, not replacing the professionals from their work. It's a tool to help them make their work better.
Arriba. Uy, casi.
When I listen to the testimonials of doctors, moms, dads, how they can now feel the arms of their kids around their body because they are stronger, or how they feel happiness of their kids because they can be more integrated in society, they are happier at school, they start to eat by their own, for example. So they're making progresses that they never thought they could. And this makes me stronger because I can feel that all the work and the purpose from the very beginning now has reached the goals, and this makes me feel stronger to continue and to follow on with this endeavor.
Motivisalo me za tu aktivnost jer su mi ubili sina, muža i preko 50 dalje familije.
The first time a UN vehicle with blue helmets arrive in the scene in a country which requires UN peacekeeping, the expectations reach sky high. By simple few incidents of SEA, we can dent those expectations and betray the trust and thereby nullify all the good work that the mission does. It is something that peacekeeping just cannot afford.
Les actes d'abus et d'exploitation sexuelle sont intolérables, inacceptables, inattendus, en particulier lorsque le personnel qui est déployé ici est venu pour contribuer à la stabilisation de ce pays. On a un mandat de protection des civils, nous ne devons pas faire autre chose que de protéger les civils.
It is up to all of us to eradicate sexual exploitation and abuse from our work, support victims and all perpetrators and their enablers to account.
Je crois que je dois au moins mettre une large division de sensibilisation afin que toutes les mamans, tous les papas puissent connaître les réalités des faits. Je sais qu'apprécier la MINUSCA dans leur modèle de sensibilisation afin que tout ce qui est désordre, tout ce qui est criminalité puisse être arrêté en Centrafrique.
It is very important that they know that whenever there's a report of any sexual exploitation or misconduct, the UN takes it seriously and there is punishment. We partner with the community, they are there, they are part of the fight, so they know what it is, they know how to report, and we work with them when it comes to sensitization.
Ce qui me motive, c'est que je veux que la paix revienne dans le pays. Et pour que la paix revienne, il faut que la MINUSCA réussisse dans son mandat, qui est la protection des civils. Mais pour réussir dans ce mandat, il faut qu'il y ait zéro SIA.
I visit every sector headquarters once. One of the key areas of what we check during these visits is our vulnerability to SEA in terms of attitudes, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of procedures, and in terms of reporting.
States properly vetting and training their troops and policy officers.
$75,000 cubic meters of debris until the end of the year. So we can return the land to its original use, either for the agriculture or for the industry. And the debris side will allow to implement the full cycle of debris management, meaning the sorting, the crushing, and the reuse for either for the pavements or for the local roads. We provided the equipment, we provided the trainings for the local municipal enterprise. I think we did achieve a pilot, one-of-a-kind result, one-of-a-kind site that would suffice for local needs and would be a good example for other regions in Ukraine.
The World Health Organization supports Gaza's health system.
مبسوطة كتير الحمد لله لأنه منظمة الصحة العالمية راح تاخدني. أنا لما انقصفت رجلي انبترت، كل قفص الصدر انكسر، وبتمنى إنهم يعالجوا كل المرضى وإنهم يستكملوا رحلة علاجي للخارج ويركبوا لي طرف على وإن شاء الله يقدروا يعملوا لصدري حاجة وأنشف بإذن الله.
Today, the World Health Organization is delivering fuel, supplies, medication, and is arranging for the medical referral of one patient from the north to the south in Kamal Adwan Hospital in Gaza City. The World Health Organization is supporting this hospital to resume services after the attack that it has sustained back in the 22nd of May.
It's okay for me, you just need to take care of the chest tube. الحمد لله عدنا من خلال الأيام هاي السابقة ورممنا مستشفى كمال عدوان، واليوم الإخوة في منظمة الصحة العالمية مشكورين جدا. نستطيع أن نقدم خدمة طبية وإنسانية آمنة لشمال قطاع غزة.
The World Health Organization is here to support the health system in the entire Gaza Strip.
Motivisalo me za tu aktivnost jer su mi ubili sina, muža i preko 50 dalje familije. A ovdje je biografija mog muža. Sa njegovom biografijom.
As they tried to board one of the buses, a Serb soldier approached Sad, put a gun to his head, and took him away.
Kako zlo donose ovako prljavi ratovi? Ne treba nam rat. Glasajmo za život, ne za patnju života.
We have come together today to lay the cornerstone of the permanent headquarters of the United Nations. These are the most important buildings in the world, for they are the center of man's hope for peace and a better life. This is the place where the nations of the world will work together to make that hope a reality.
This is Rwanda today, a country transformed over the past 30 years. This new Rwanda has been forged out of the ashes of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, an event that shocked the world. Our story offers a warning of what can happen when political leaders preach division and hatred triumphs over humanity. But it also tells us what can be achieved when a determined people fight together for unity and reconciliation. This is our journey, told by those who have traveled together as we have moved from despair to hope. For much of the world, Rwanda first existed in 1994. And yet, our story starts long before this. Before colonialism, Rwandans had a rich culture, one language, and the people were united around their own organic form of governance. This all changed when colonial powers chose to control Rwandans by ethnicity, creating division and conflict where none had existed previously. This division grew into hatred and violence, culminating in the genocide against the Tutsi, where over 1 million people were murdered in 100 days.
zamu zifite ubuhiri zifite imipanga aho mu isoko zibyina nta ukanda burende bahiga abatutsi mbese mu buryo bukomeye. Muri jenoside 94 banyiciye imiryango yanjye mu bana 9 nabyaye hasigayemo utwana 2. Abana ba Mariya 2 n'umugabo wa Mariya abo bose badusanze kuri barriere twe turagera kubica.
This genocide was long planned by the government of the time, who used education and the media to divide Rwandans, creating the conditions for the genocide to happen. The preparation of the genocide and of the 100 days of killings happened in full view of the world, who stood by, watched, and did nothing. No one came to Rwanda's rescue. The killings were only stopped when the Rwanda Patriotic Front overthrew the genocidal government. From that moment, Rwandans began the long, hard road to recovery, healing, and reconciliation.
Mu mwaka wa 2004 nibwo nafashe icyemezo cyo gusaba imbabazi Mariya. Mfati umwanzuro. Numvaga ntise wenda yaba ntari namusanzeyo kuko numvaga mfite ubwoba. Nkongera nkavuga ntise ubundi amaherezo yazaba yahi. Ngize amahirwe rero ubwo nuvuga ngo Mariya asanze ariyo. Nibwo niko biri kose urabizi nge ndi mu bantu nyine bakwiciye ariko noneho ndagira ngo umpe imbabazi. Byagiye bigenda gahoro uko dusabana, uko duhura, uko tuvugana, uko twigishwa hace mu nyigisho nyinshi cyane. Ntabwo byari byoroshye.
To heal the wounds
byatumye bamenya uko ababo bishwe barihangana barabyakira bamenya naho bajuguwe.
We ask that the genocide survivors make huge sacrifices by putting aside their desire for retribution. Is still a work in progress. It is up to the next generations to learn the true story of our past, to protect against genocide, denial, and hate, and keep the memory and the lessons of our history alive.
En fait, le négationnisme est en pleine expansion sur Internet, sur les réseaux sociaux, puis sur Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Le discours n'a pas changé. Certaines personnes vont par exemple prétendre que le génocide n'a pas été planifié, mais que les gens se sont mis en colère et ont commencé à tuer. Il faut qu'on soit plus nombreux à protéger la vérité, à protéger l'histoire du génocide contre les Tutsis sur ces plateformes-là.
For our friends around the world, we thank you for continuing to stand with us and ask you to share Rwanda's story and what we've learned about division and reconciliation at a time when the world seems increasingly more fractured.
Alo Damasse, kadalnaningaannik saa olsuimataqarpunga inui issittormiut siunnersuusoqatigifianni siulittaasuuvunga. As an indigenous people, Inuit have occupied the Arctic for millennia. We mostly live in the areas of the Arctic where there's no trees, on tundra, having developed highly specialized skills on surviving and thriving in the Arctic. We are about 180,000 in total across the Arctic, from Chukotka, Russia, Alaska, Canada, and Galashlitnunat, Greenland, where I am from. The inhabitants in total is about 56,000, and about 90% of us are Inuit. Across our homelands, we are experiencing massive changes in our nature due to climate change. We are seeing how permafrost is melting, so our coastal areas are eroding by the sea eating it up. Infrastructure is changing due to thaw of permafrost. In Galashlitnunat, Greenland, we are seeing how the sea ice is different. Some years it doesn't settle at the time it usually would do. So when that happens, there's families that live a more traditional life from hunting who do not have access to hunting. It was important for me to do that work. We know that more than half of the known deposits are on or near indigenous people's lands. And we know that this huge pressure to transition away from fossil fuels by the use of critical minerals is going to also put pressure on indigenous peoples. So we need to do this right. We need to do this with full implementation and respect for the rights of indigenous peoples to be self-determining about their own lands and territories and resources. I'm very, very happy to see that the Permanent Forum has put Indigenous women's rights at top priority. It's unfortunately still so that Indigenous women, and especially Inuit women, are overrepresented in the statistics on violence against women. This is exactly the reason why it is so important that we continue focusing on the implementation of the rights of Indigenous women and girls, based on the instruments we have, both the Convention on the Elimination of All Kinds of Discrimination Against Women, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the very important General Recommendation number 39 on the rights of Indigenous women and girls. There is basically no negotiation that is not relevant for Indigenous peoples. We are affected by all decisions taken in this world, and it should be so that we naturally have a seat at the table, that our voices are heard, that our priorities are taken into account, and not least that our rights are upheld in developing new treaties and new agreements and new resolutions.
Even before these earthquakes struck, Myanmar was a country that was already facing a spiraling humanitarian crisis. 1 month in, there are countless people still living outside in the open air. They're in makeshift shelters, they're in tents, and they are exposed to extremely harsh elements.
The people seeking shelter in these areas are those of whom whose houses have been completely collapsed or partially destroyed, and that they are concerned that the aftershocks will also destroy the remaining parts of their houses. That's why they do not dare to go back to their home and seeking shelter there. So that's why they are seeking shelter over here. So despite all of the destruction that they have witnessed, witnessing that their loved one have been killed, witnessing that their neighboring got injured because of the earthquake. They are standing strong for themselves.
The UN and NGOs have been on the ground working very closely with local organizations to deliver this aid. And since the earthquakes hit, we have reached at least 600,000 people with water, sanitation, and hygiene support, close to 500,000 people with various forms of food assistance, and well over 100,000 people with essential relief items. This is some of the support that has been provided so far, but much more is needed.
We know that people are hungry and that malnutrition rates are rising, but our warehouses are empty. Our bakeries are closing, and soon our community kitchens will be closed. What we see around us is endless suffering under a total and complete blockade. A total closure that's now lasted for almost 2 months, while airstrikes, ground operations are intensifying, and displacement orders that are pushing people out of their homes are increasing. We know people are trapped under the rubble after airstrikes, but we don't have the equipment to be able to rescue them. We know that children need to learn, but schools are destroyed or inaccessible, and we don't have education supplies available. UNRWA, we know, is irreplaceable, but is under unprecedented pressure. We know that people are living on rubble, but we have no more tents or shelter material to provide them.
بدنا شاش، أول ما بدنا لحوم، بدنا سمك، بيصيروا الأولاد يصرخوا علينا يقولوا، بنقول لهم إن شاء الله بفتح المعبر وبنجيب. إحنا في مجاعة أكثر من مجاعة هذه أكثر من مجاعة، والحمد لله صابدين. الحمد لله صابدين على الإشي هذا. صغيرة عشان أقدر أشيلها وأنا مروحة، المكان طلع بعيد بعيد إيش بيروحني.
We know that this is not only about humanitarian needs, but it's about dignity. And there is an assault on people's dignity in Gaza today. In fact, this doesn't really look like a war. People in Gaza are telling me that they feel like it's the deliberate dismantling of Palestinian life.
قبل الحرب بقينا نعمر ونصلح طرق. اليوم مدينة قاعدين زي ما انتم شايفين بنزيل دور عشان نطلع جثث شهداء، والحمد لله على كل حال.
له تقريبا ما يقارب العام يعني موجود تحت الأنقاض. يعني بعد انتهاء الحرب حاولنا انه احنا اخراج جثته، لكن هذه عمارة كبيرة مكونة من 7 طوابق، ما قدرنا نخراجه من هان او محاولة اخراجه الا من خلال الآليات الثقيلة الباقر يعني.
اضطرينا نعيش هنا فيه، لكن العيشه مش عيشه، هذه عيشه صعبه يعني للغايه. بنعاني من الميه وبنعاني من الاكل ومن كل شيء بنعاني.
Earlier today, local authorities reported attacks by Israeli forces that struck several heavy machinery vehicles across Gaza, halting solid waste and rubble removal services.
بدنا عن احسن شيء نعينه اللي هي الجثث من تحت الركام، هذه يعني حرمه المية دفنه، هذا بدنا نتامل يعني يجي يعينونا الركام من هنا ويشيلوا الشهداء. تحللوا يا ويلي هالجيش، تحللوا.
Peacekeeping had a tremendous success in Cambodia. We can see that the combination of a strong mission led by the United Nations with so many partners and the peace agreement that was implemented by the parties. Political framework was there, the commitment of the parties was there, and the support of the international community through the UN, through UNTAC, was there as well. And of course we can see the result today with a Cambodia that is peaceful and that has made tremendous progress in its development. There is a special area in which Cambodia has transitioned from being a recipient to being a provider, and that is mine action, where the expertise of Cambodian entities and Cambodian experts are extremely high, and now it's serving other people.
Kisha kubeba mimba, bwana akaendaka, wakati yenye aliendaka na njo vile akaendaka aglote, hatukuonanaka tena, na njo vile nikazala na mpaka hivi.
We have had a few cases where the peacekeepers have admitted the paternity, and so the process can start for recognition of the child and to provide the maintenance and support for that child and to the mother. Member states, many of them, have national legislative frameworks that make it difficult for them to take on the responsibility of paternity, because many of them view the situation of paternity as a private obligation. From the UN side, we view that differently. Because the member state has provided personnel to peacekeeping operations, we think the member state also has responsibility, and it is their responsibility to have the peacekeeper acknowledge this paternity.
Batoto yenyewe walizaliwaka ku MONUSCO na wamama wanakosa kama watachungia watoto wapi, wanateseka. Ndeza lomba MONUSCO ibaapuie, ibasaidie wale watoto. Kesho yake wale watoto nao watasaidia nchi, na babasaidie watafute baba babo wenyewe biko wakamate muzigo wa watoto yabo.
Moi, je plaide aussi auprès des États membres pour une mesure temporaire, parce que ça prend beaucoup de temps, tous les enjeux légaux pour adresser une requête de paternité.
We have not always given the focus and attention over the years to this particular aspect of our work on improving conduct and discipline, but we now have a focus on this because these are children left behind. And it really is our role as the United Nations to acknowledge our responsibilities and to work with the member states who have been part of this problem that we've been dealing with.
I believe that the role of the UN is quite essential, and that the people who attend it as delegates do want to know each other better and want very much to be understood. Mr. President, We are very pleased that it has been possible for the General Assembly to adopt a resolution on the Somali border question, which is acceptable to the parties concerned.
Getting to know people better has been something that has occupied you for some time, even before you became a UN delegate. And I imagine that your prior experience traveling and concertizing has stood you in good stead.
Well, there's no doubt about that. We've had the opportunity of meeting people in other parts of the world and knowing for a short time a little bit more about them and their countries and some of their aspirations and so forth and so on. And it has helped in no little way, I must say.
The true ambassadress of art and true ambassadress also of humanity. I introduce to you with her accompanist France group, Miss Marian Anderson.
I'm Elaine Reyes at the CCTV UN Bureau at United Nations headquarters in New York. And this is UN Insider.
Coming up.
The SDGs still are within reach if we act with urgency and ambition.
Rallying new momentum for sustainable development, from health and decent work to gender equality.
If one country is doing better, we're all doing better. And that's the way the world works.
A conversation on how far things have come and what needs to change to reach the 2030 goals.
It's not just looking at the monetary side, but also look at all other aspects of human life.
Working toward a new Africa as the continent strives to meet the SDGs. Next.
"17 goals with the potential to change the world." Back in 2015, UN member states adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. On this edition of UN Insider, we'll take a look at where the world stands in the
A plan to keep our promises to the most vulnerable people, to each other, and to future generations.
Secretary General Antonio Guterres says the Sustainable Development Goals are still within reach, but achieving them will require the world to act with urgency and ambition. The 17 SDGs were announced in 2015. A decade later, UN leaders admit there is work to be done, but point to advances in many areas.
Millions more people have access to electricity, clean cooking, and the internet. Social protection now reaches over half the world's population, up from just a quarter a decade ago. More girls are completing school. Child marriage is declining. Women's representation is growing.
With just 5 years to go until 2030, UN leaders are calling for a renewed push to move sustainable development forward.
We need to reaffirm the relevance of the UN through results by showing that multilateralism delivers real, tangible benefits for people at every level of society.
The 2025 High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development focused on 5 of the SDGs: good health and well-being, gender equality, decent work, life below water, and partnership for the goals. Gender equality is the goal that remains the furthest off track. There has been significant progress in some areas, though. More women and girls are in school than ever before, but there is still a long way to go to reach true gender equality. Here's Seema Bahu's Executive Director of UN Women.
Progress is too slow, too uneven, and too vulnerable to setbacks. This year's review is not only a moment to assess where we stand, but it is also a call, as we've heard, to act boldly and collectively in the short time we have left. We know that if we continue at the current pace, true gender equality in economic life, in leadership, in safety, will remain generations away. And I know that we all agree that this is unacceptable.
Global economic uncertainty, widespread youth unemployment, and lingering setbacks related to the COVID pandemic have been significant obstacles to efforts to create decent work and economic growth. The UN is focusing on proven strategies and innovation to help spur more progress.
Only a strong multilateral system rooted in solidarity, democracy, and social dialogue can achieve a sustainable world in which full employment is coupled with decent work.
In June, delegates from around the world gathered in the south of France for the UN Ocean Conference. The event resulted in more than 800 commitments from member states, as well as the Nice Action Plan, a conservation blueprint that aligns with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Now the international community is working to turn those agreements into action.
We have to harness cutting-edge tools and technology. We have to implement existing climate, biodiversity, and sustainability commitments, establish the innovative financing that's necessary, and ensure inclusive governance and the equitable distribution of benefits.
During July's high-level political forum on sustainable development, dozens of member states detailed their individual progress towards sustainable development. Here's a sampling of what we heard from some developing countries.
We are providing educational programs and vocational training focused on women, especially in rural areas, as well as enhancing women's access to credit and financial services that can empower them so that they can enter to diverse fields of business and boost their economic participation, starting and growing business, and thus contributing to economic empowerment.
For us, the Sustainable Development Goals are not abstract ideals. They are lifelines, critical tools for survival, resilience, and dignity in one of the most climate-vulnerable corners of our planet. The FSM is a federation of 4 culturally distinct states with more than 600 islands scattered across 2.6 million square kilometers of ocean that we do not simply occupy, but safeguard. We are a proud big ocean state. And like our ancestors who sailed with wisdom and intention, We are navigating this century's development journey with tradition as our compass and sustainability as our sail.
We believe SDGs implementation must be a shared responsibility, engaging not only the government but also parliament, civil society, the private sector, and broader public. The Indonesian parliament remains fully committed to promoting sustainable, inclusive, and equitable development that benefit both people and the planet.
Coming up.
We are one world, we're one humanity, we're one planet, and we need to be able to advance together.
UN Insider.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there to see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
What can the UN do to accelerate progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals as 2030 approaches? I sat down with Canada's UN ambassador and 2024-2025 president of the Economic and Social Council, Bob Ray. Couple numbers for you here. 35% of SDG targets are on track or making moderate progress. 18% are going backwards. And you said the SDGs are not optional ideals, but rather essential commitments. Explain that for us.
Well, it's not a cafeteria. I mean, it's not like, well, I'd like there to be gender equality, but I don't care about the environment. It's not like that. You need to understand these things all go together. The Sustainable Development Goals are based on the insight that we are one world, we're one humanity, we're one planet, and we need to be able to advance together. Obviously, nation states take ownership of things and nation states decide where their priorities will be, but we have to reinforce the sense of solidarity that allows us to understand that if one country is doing better, we're all doing better. And that's the way the world works. And when we start putting up barriers or walls and we start falling behind, then we have a problem. And that's really, I think, why it's important to keep the SDGs firmly in mind as we think about what is the kind of global order we're trying to create.
36 member states gave reports about their progress in the SDGs. What were you hearing from them about the action they've been taking? Any commonalities among them?
I think the most successful examples are from countries that have embraced the SDGs explicitly in their own budgets, so that they have integrated the SDGs, not as somebody else's idea, but this is our idea. So we're applying standards on housing and health and education, equality, justice systems, and so on. We're applying those tests to our budgets. And even further, what we call VLRs, where you have voluntary local reviews, you have cities coming forward and saying, we want to become part of the SDGs. It's been a slow movement, I have to confess. It's not moving as fast as I would like to see. But I think it only works when countries embrace the goals and explicitly tie the goals deep into how can we do better here and there. And I think that's really where we have the most successful examples of SDGs. But it was very moving to hear from different people being prepared to be open about where they've succeeded and where they've failed or haven't succeeded yet. And I think that's a very important part of the process.
I'd like to read back another quote of yours. You've also said, we cannot build a better future without those who are shaping it, and we cannot claim to be inclusive if we are not listening to those who have been historically excluded. At this time, given where we are in the world, how important is it to get on the same page? The importance of multilateralism.
Well, I think it's more important than ever. I really believe this profoundly, and why I've been so honored to be president of ECOSOC is what I get to say from the platform, from the dais as president of ECOSOC is, it's what I believe to be true. It's where I think we need to be as a world. I think we need to embrace multilateralism. I think that we need to reject extreme nationalism. We need to embrace the things we can do together. And we need to embrace the logic of multilateralism, which is the value of solidarity. I once heard, when I first came here, I heard the Secretary General say one time, when he was talking about COVID, he said, solidarity is necessity. And I heard that and I said, I'm going to use that phrase and I'm going to use it over and over again. I'll always give him credit for it. But I think it's an important phrase. Solidarity is not a frill, it's a necessity, because that's the way in which we demonstrate our common humanity and our commitment to each other as human beings. And it goes beyond cooperation between nation states. It goes into something much more profound, which is the recognition that we only have one planet, that we're here for a limited period of time as human beings, and that we do have much to gain from helping each other and from doing whatever we can to express our love and solidarity for each other by what we do. And that also implies action, taking the steps that actually make things happen. How do you achieve goals? You try to score goals. You take action. And I think that's a key point that we have to keep on making.
How much has financing and budgets been part of the discussion here at the UN? We're talking about taking action, but we're also talking about budgets. We're talking about UN 80 reform. Will it be harder to reach those goals in 5 years, given budget shortfalls?
Yes, it will. I mean, there's no point in saying maybe, we don't know. It will be difficult. Because of the budget situation. And I think it's really critical. There's two budgets I worry about. Obviously, the budgets of nation states. How much are nation states willing to give to the United Nations? And how quickly are they willing to pay their dues? Canada pays right up front. We're very proud of that. Other countries pay on a delayed basis, which is not good for the budget of the UN itself. But it's also important for the private sector, for the global marketplace to align much more with the SDGs, and for all of us to be working in the same direction, rowing in the same direction with good steering behind us. That concept of having finance that comes both from the private sector and from the public sector and creating the basis for great projects and for things to happen, I think has been a very important message for us. The closer relationship between the UN and the World Bank and the IMF and the IFIs and other development banks around the world, the closer relationships we can have, the better off we'll be. And then the more countries can raise themselves produces, I think, the successful formula for greater development.
What gives you optimism?
Optimism is the only working principle. I mean, it's the only way you can survive in life is to not base hope on some vague kind of Pollyanna idea that everything is just automatically going to get better, but that unless we try, we won't make progress, and if we do try, we will make progress. If I may say so, I paid my first visit to China in 1986, And at that time, China was just beginning the process of opening up and industrialization. And on all my subsequent trips to China over many, many years since that time, I've seen incredible progress. Incredible, unimaginable back in '86 to say, oh, that's what we'll see today. How did that happen? People worked together, people made a decision, and people were optimistic and forward-leaning and hard-working. And those are the same qualities the whole world needs to have. We need to be looking forward to making progress in positive, constructive ways. And that's how things will get better. And we also have to do things and not just say things.
Ambassador Bobre, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Coming up.
That's the Africa we want. We want Africa where nobody's left behind.
UN Insider.
Holding guns.
Were you worried about your life at that particular time?
Not at all.
Excellency, thank you very much for your time. What is your assessment of the state of the continent today?
Africa has the potential to power itself.
Excuse me.
Of the 25 fastest growing economies in the world are located in Africa. The continent is working to transform and modernize more economies to address some key issues. 83% of workers are engaged in informal employment. The global average is around 58%. And 23% of African youth are not in education, employment, or training. Africa is home to the world's youngest population, and the continent is making strides in building a digital economy. But Africa still faces a number of development challenges that will require bold solutions. I sat down with Claver Gatete. He is the Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa. Undersecretary General Gatete, thank you so much for joining us. If you can, tell us about some of the key takeaways from the Africa Sustainable Development Report.
Yep, thank you very much. Yeah, the Sustainable Development Report is an account of where we are in terms of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals that we set ourselves, the 17 goals and over 160 actions that we need to implement. And it is happening at a time when you have so many challenges globally and especially that is affecting the African continent. Globally, we are having an issue of debt. Debt distress to many developing countries that is really reached a certain level where in most cases it's unsustainable. And that's why we talk about what needs to be done to make sure that we can reform the global financial architecture, to address the issues of concessional resources for developing countries, addressing the issues of debt, addressing the issues of shareholding, addressing the issues of management and investment. You cannot finance SDGs without addressing those issues, without addressing the sources of money and also the investment that is required, especially for the developing countries. So that report is helpful to give possibilities. How do we find new sources of money to invest? What are the innovations that are needed?
So you have this list of solutions. You know what to do, but how difficult is it to implement and to get to those solutions? I mean, that's the challenge, right?
The biggest challenge is the political will and interests of member countries. And that's what we have been arguing to say, well, there has to be a political will, there has to be support, and it cannot, we cannot achieve the SDGs without global cooperation. And this has been an issue on the table. Also, the investment within the international financial institutions, such as the World Bank and others, is also a big issue. If you don't inject more money, how do you expect the banking system to continue to grow? How do we mobilize the private sector resources if there is no increase in terms of investment?
Africa has the youngest population on the planet. We're talking about SDGs. We're talking about the youth's future. You talk about the challenges of high debt burdens, declining aid, inequality. What needs to happen? How do you get young people involved for their future?
Yeah, indeed, by 2050, 1 in 3 global youth will be from an African. So you're going to see more of the Africans around in the near future. And what we are seeing now, there is a responsibility of the African countries, which is domestic resource mobilization, meaning generating more of the tax resources, their own tax. But there are so many reforms that needs to be done. It has to be simple. We must provide the capacity to the tax collectors. We must digitize our own economy so that everybody pays their own share. We have to bring the informal sector now to the formal sector so that at least you have a large number of the people who are paying taxes. We lose about 88 billion every year, US dollars, leaving the continent. And we are saying if we addressed it, we'll save some money. We need to increase our tax to GDP ratio, which is currently at 15.6%, very low by any standards. So there is what we need to do, including, of course, the development of the capital market. The capital market is where the private sector gets their long-term resources, and it has to be deliberate in terms of building it. We also have to address the imbalance. The countries which are now borrowing, now that there is not enough resources, you have to borrow from the private sector.